this Law Week of the Eti-Osa branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, and I'll be urging that we please be upstanding for the national anthem so that we can formally kick off this event. Thank you so much. The national anthem, please. Nine. Thank you so much. May we be seated, please. Thank you. The Honorable, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, ably represented by my Lord Honorable Justice Olatunde Akeem Oshodi. The Attorney General of Lagos State, Mr. Lawal Pedro, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Chairman of the Eti-Osa branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, learned judges of the various cadres here present, learned senior advocates of Nigeria here present, learned magistrates here present, various speakers here present, members of the Executive Committee of the Eti-Osa branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, my learned colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Law can be so many things at the same time. It could be an instrument of change, and it can also be an instrument or tool to foster cohesion. Law can be the dictates of the elites, and yet a rebirth from the struggles of the masses. Over the years, lawyers have been taught that law is simply a tool to engender justice alone. The impression is that justice as a standalone concept is the only truth allowed to exist. But the reality is that two truths can exist side by side. The law can exist as a tool for justice and also exist as a business. Today, the Eti-Osa branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, though young, but extremely progressive, have put together this beautiful Law Week, bringing together several sound minds to look into the theme, law as business, law as justice, profitability, ethics, and human rights in a changing world. As we push for justice, this Law Week is a reminder that profitability and ethics can work together in protecting human rights in an ever-changing world. My name is Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. I'm a past National Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, and I welcome you to the 2026 Law Week of the Eti-Osa branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, and I urge you to please relax and enjoy the Law Week. And I can confirm that by the end of this Law Week, our practice will be set on the right track. Welcome once again. Thank you so much. I will not invite immediately, because of want of time, my brother Peter Elinwa. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce it well, Gabriel, for the MBA prayers. Please, can you make your way to the podium for the MBA prayers? Thank you so much.
Please, may we rise for the MBA prayer. Almighty God, our Creator, we pray you to be with us in all our deliberations and to direct our endeavors, so that we shall continue in all humility to glorify thy name and do that which is right and just for our profession, its members, our fellow men, and our country. Amen.
Please, a round of applause for the secretary of the branch. Thank you. I must confess that I know we started very late, but we are a little bit cold. So if I say a round of applause, please put your hands together for the person. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I just want to lighten up the environment a little. Thank you so much. But because of time, we started late, I must confess. We'll be going through the sessions and everything very fast. I won't be wasting time at all. And some years back, I had the privilege of contesting for the publicity secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. And I reached out to members of the Eti-Osa branch, Eti-Osa forum at that time. That was what they were called. And I remember they kept asking me to please help them to push for a branch. And thankfully, they become a branch. And some weeks back, I had a round of applause, please. Thank you. Some weeks back, I had the cause to attend the branch meeting of the Eti-Osa branch. And I must confess that even though Eti-Osa is a young branch, but the Eti-Osa is extremely progressive. They are doing very well. Please, a round of applause for Eti-Osa branch. They conducted a virtual meeting. Some members of the branch, I wouldn't say those, we are even attending and conducting meeting from Canada, and everything was very seamless. I was impressed by the KSS. The knowledge sharing session was top notch. Every single thing that was going on there was top notch. And I really commended the branch for doing so wonderfully well. I've been privileged to go to several branches in the course of my campaign for the office of the General Secretary, and I must confess that very few branches can stand head to head with Eti-Osa branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. And the reality of the matter is that the growth or progress of any association rests on the quality of the leadership that they have. And I must confess that Eti-Osa is blessed with the best crop of leaders. And so may I invite for the welcome address my friend and brother, and please with a loud clap, welcome the chairman of the Eti-Osa branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Olarewaju Obadina, for his welcome address.
My Lord, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, Justice Olanrewaju Kasim Alogba, ably represented by one of the finest jurists in Lagos Judicial Division, Justice Olatunde Akim Oshodi. The learned Attorney General of Lagos State, Mr. Lawal Pedro, SAN, who called me earlier that is on his way coming and will be here in due time to play a host to other Attorney General from the Southwestern region that we have invited. The learned Attorney General of Oyo State, in person of Mr. Abiodun Aikomo, that is here seated. I must commend the person of Mr. Abiodun Aikomo. Around 6:45 a.m. on my way to this place, he sent me something on WhatsApp which was location. I just saw location. I quickly typed Oriental Hotel when you pass law school and so. So something prompted me to check it the second time, only to realize that it's already at Oriental Hotel at 6:45 a.m. and it was only noting me. So he was the first person to arrive at this venue today. I commend you, Leonard Sik, for what you have done for us. The Leonard Attorney General of Ekiti State, ably represented by the Solicitor General and the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Justice of Ekiti State, Mr. Adaramola, I think he's yet to come back. I saw him this morning at the venue. And the Leonard Attorney General of Ogun State, that will be represented by the Solicitor General and the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Justice in Ogun State. All protocols, the Leonard Sik here present, Dr. Oluwasegun Fabumi, SAN. You have always been with us in whatever we do in Eti-Osa. We respect you so much, Lord, sir, and we love you for being here with us. And to one of the finest female son that we have in this country, Nigeria, in person of Mrs. Folashade Ali, SAN. When I say she's beautiful, I am intentional in that statement. I appreciate you, ma, that you indulge us with your presence, irrespective of all the issues that played behind the curtain as at the time we are wrapping up for this program. All protocols duly observed. Distinguished guests, Leonard Sik, honored members of the bench, senior and learned colleagues, representatives of government, members of the press, esteemed sponsors and partners, ladies and gentlemen. It is with profound gratitude to Almighty God and a deep sense of honor that I welcome you all to the official opening ceremony of the 2026 Law Week of the Nigerian Bar Association, Eti-Osa branch. Today marks the commencement of what promises to be an intellectually stimulating, professional, enriching, and socially impactful Law Week. On behalf of the Executive Committee and the entire membership of our great branch, I warmly welcome every participant, guest, and stakeholders who has joined us for the important occasion. Our Law Week theme, Law as a Business, Law as Justice, Profitability, Ethics, and Human Rights in a Changing World, is both timely and thought-provoking. It speaks directly to the reality confronting the legal profession in the 21st century. The legal profession stands a critical intersection. On one hand, lawyers must operate in an increasingly competitive and evolving marketplace where sustainability, innovation, technology, and profitability have become indispensable. On the other hand, we remain custodians of justice, defenders of the rule of law, protectors of human rights, and guardians of ethical standards. The question before us is not whether law is a business or a vehicle for justice. Rather, it is how we can successfully balance both imperative without compromising the values that define our noble profession. As legal practitioners, we must build thriving practice capable of rewarding excellence and supporting the next generation of lawyers. Yet, in pursuing profitability, we must never lose sight of our sacred responsibility to uphold justice, defend the vulnerable, and preserve the integrity of the legal system. In today's rapidly changing world, characterized by technological disruption, artificial intelligence, globalization, economic uncertainty, and evolving human rights challenges, the legal profession must adapt while remaining firmly anchored to its ethical foundation. This Law Week presents an opportunity for meaningful reflection on this issue. It provides a platform for robust discussion, exchange of ideas, and collaborative solutions that will shape the future of legal practice in Nigeria and beyond. Over the course of this week, we shall engage with distinguished speakers, policymakers, jurists, academics, and legal practitioners who will share valuable insights on the future of the profession. We shall explore how lawyers can remain profitable without sacrificing ethics, how justice can remain accessible in a commercially driven environment, and how human rights can be protected amid rapid societal transformation. I am particularly delighted that this year's program reflects the diversity and unity of our branch, from our interfaith activities, health and wellness initiatives, professional development session, public interest engagement, networking opportunity, and social events. This Law Week embodies the spirit of a vibrant and progressive bar. I wish to express sincere appreciation to our invited speakers, panelists, sponsors, partners, and all members of the Law Week Planning Committee, whose dedication and hard work have made this event possible. To our young lawyers, I encourage you to take full advantage of every session. The future of our profession rests in your hands, and the knowledge gained this week will undoubtedly contribute to your growth and success. To our senior colleagues and mentors, we remain grateful for your continued guidelines, wisdom, and unwavering support. As we officially commence this year Law Week, let us recommit ourselves to the ideals of professionalism, integrity, excellence, justice, and service to humanity. May the conversation we hold this week inspire innovations, strengthen our profession, deepen our commitment to ethical practice, and advance the cause of justice for all. It is therefore my honor and privilege as the chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Eti-Osa branch to formally welcome you all and declare the 2026 MBA Eti-Osa branch Law Week open. I wish you a productive, engaging, and memorable Law Week. Thank you for your attention. Long live MBA Eti-Osa branch. Long live Nigerian Bar Association. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
I actually expect a better hand clap for the chairman of the Eti-Osa branch for that wonderful welcome. You know, if we don't encourage the chairman, he can actually get angry with us and tell us to leave this Law Week immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for welcoming us, and we are well welcome now. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for my chairman, my brother and friend. Thank you. I must say that Lagos State is really the center of excellence for several reasons. Lagos has always set the pace in the legal profession and always bringing about several innovations. I remember after I was called to the bar several years back, more than 20 years ago, it was Lagos State that spearheaded the revolution of the new rules at that time. I remember that prior to the new rules coming in, whenever we went to the high courts especially, it was like a bus kind of event going on there, from evidence in chief before you even get to cross-examination. And it was Lagos State that brought about the front-loading and statements on oaths and every other thing, making civil litigation faster. And after that, Lagos State has been pushing and making sure that legal profession is getting better every day. The reality also is that the judiciary in Lagos State has also been setting the pace and doing so much. Please, a round of applause for Lagos State and the judiciary in Lagos State. So today we are privileged to have the Honorable, the Chief Judge of Lagos State here with us, but ably represented, who understands that law is not just about justice, but law is also a business. So with a very loud hand clap, may we invite Honorable Justice Olatunde Akim Oshodi, the representative of the Honorable, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, for his welcome remarks and to declare this Law Week open. Please clap for him before he takes the microphone. Thank you so much, my Lord.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Well, I have to confess to you that Less than 12 hours ago was when I knew I was going to stand there. But despite that, Eti-Osa being a baby NBA, I had no choice but to dance to the music of the chairman there seated. So let me start by saying good morning to every one of us here. And good morning, René Silks, Your Honors, distinguished guests, members of the bar, and friends of the bar. On behalf of the Honorable Chief Judge, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the Eti-Osa Branch 2026 Law Week. Law Week is one of the most important moments in the calendar of any bar association. It's the one time in the year when members of the branch step away from the urgency of courtrooms and client files and ask the bigger questions. Who are we as lawyers? What does law mean in our society? And how well are we living up to the oath we took? This year's theme could not be more timely. Law as business, law as justice, profitability, ethics, and human rights in a changing world. It challenges us to hold two truths at once. Law is a business. Firms must be sustainable, lawyers must be compensated, and the legal services must be delivered efficiently. But law is also justice. It is a public calling, anchored in ethics, human rights, and in service to those who cannot pay. The tension between profitability and principle is real. Over the next few days, members will confront it head-on. Intellectual discussions on how to build viable practices without compromising professional ethics, how technology is reshaping service delivery, and how to defend human rights when the pressure is to conform is high. In the pro bono outreach, we should leave out the justice side of our calling, bringing the legal aid to communities in Eti-Osa that often go unheard. In the networking and social events, we should all strengthen the bonds that make this branch more than colleagues. This branch is a community. And in the wellness and sporting activities, members of the branch should be reminded that a healthy lawyer is a better advocate. To our young lawyers, and I think I met one here, which is very impressive, and law students with us today, soak this in. Law Week is your chance to learn from those who've walked the path, to ask questions and to build relationships that will sustain your career. I think there are some in front of us here, the learned silks. They've walked the career. To our senior members and benchers, thank you for your presence and to the standard you set. The bar looks to you, not just for knowledge, but for character. To our guests from the bench, government, and civil society, thank you for partnering with the branch. Justice is not the work of lawyers alone. It takes a system, and a collaboration makes that system work. As we open this law week, let us commit three things. One, to run our practices with excellence and sustainability, embracing innovation without cutting corners. Two, to defend ethics and human rights without compromise, even when it costs us. Three, to serve Eti-Osa and Nigeria with courage, knowing that the law is only as strong as the people who uphold it. I, on behalf of the Honorable Chief Judge of Lagos State, now have the honor of declaring the NBA Eti-Osa Branch Law Week 2026 officially open. Thank you and welcome once again. Let's make this week a learning service and impact. Thank you very much.
Please, a standing ovation for my Lord, Honorable Justice Olatunde Akim Oshodi, the representative of the Honorable, the Chief Judge of Lagos State. Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you so much for finding time to be here. Please, let's be seated, please. Thank you. Thank you for finding time to be here today. It shows the premium you attach to Eti-Osa branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you for making it to this place. And thank you for declaring the Law Week open. And I believe that the Eti-Osa branch will be having a much more robust synergy with my Lord and also the Chief Judge of Lagos State to take Eti-Osa to higher heights. Thank you so much, my Lord. Thank you. Because of want of time, we've spent a lot of time before we started this program. We'll be getting into the next session or the first panel discussion. And after that, we'll be having the keynote address. And so the reality is that we want to rejig the entire program. And so in rejigging the entire program, we'll be starting from a discussion that deals with the most powerful gender in the room. It used to be said that it is a man's world, but the reality is that things have really changed. The women used to ask for a space, but right now the women are the space. A round of applause for them now. And that's the reality. That's the reality. Oh, I can see my VP is around here. In the Nigerian Bar Association, if you contest election with a woman, you already have a problem, first of all, because it will not be an easy fight for you. Because right now, they are the space, and others are not asking for a space within the space. And so, to kick out the first panel discussion, we shall be discussing the topic, Breaking the Wig, the Female Lawyer in a Changing World. And to lead this discourse, I'll be inviting the principal partner of Folashade Ali and Associates, the very delectable senior advocate of Nigeria, who is here with us today, Mrs. Folashade Ali, senior advocate of Nigeria. Please, with a round of applause, can we welcome her to the seat so that she would help us in leading this discussion. Please keep clapping while she makes her way. I'm telling you that they are the space and you're not clapping very well. Thank you. We also have in this panel too, is the women coordinator for the MBA Women Forum of the Eti-Osa branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. We have Mrs. Lanre Eunice Olowo. Please, a round of applause for her as she makes her way. Thank you. We also have to join them in this discourse, the founder, ME Academy. We have Mary Eke Mezier in the house with us this morning. Please, with a round of applause, may we invite Mary Eke Mezier to the podium. Thank you. Please keep clapping while she makes her way. Thank you. We also have the head of legal and compliance, Brit Properties Nigeria Limited. We have Adanwa Nwoji. Please, a round of applause for her while she makes her way. We also have a legal practitioner who is also here with us, Hawa Utman. Please, a round of applause for her while she makes her way to this podium. And then to moderate this wonderful session, may I now invite Miss Adedola Adetokumbo Ajayi. She's an associate with Kenna Associates, and she will be the moderator for today's, for this panel session. Thank you so much. So I will now be handing over to the moderator, and then for them to lead this wonderful discourse that touches on the space within the legal profession. Please, a round of applause for this wonderful, beautiful panel. Do you have a problem with clapping? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will now hand over to this wonderful panel for the discussion. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the panel session on Breaking the Wig, the Female Lawyer in a Changing World. So this conversation is a very meaningful conversation, and it's one that needs to be had. We have 5 very successful women who have changed the landscape legally, who have seized opportunities, faced challenges, and we're really here to hear their story, how they adapted, and how they made those waves. So before we start, we're just going to get a brief introduction of their career and what they're up to, starting with Mrs. Folashade. So just a brief introduction of your career path and your trajectory.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you, Eti-Osa, for inviting all of us to be here. We're really honored to share our thoughts. So my name is Folashade Ali. My career started 40 years ago. In 1985, I was called to bar, and then did my master's in England, was called to bar in England, and I got married. So I had to leave my career to move to Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. So I had a problem practicing law because of language barrier. And eventually, we came back to Nigeria. I worked in Aluka Oyebode, a foremost law firm, had 2 kids. My children are 34. So at the time I had them, Aluka Oyebode, Mr. Oyebode, is one of the best lawyers, I would say, or employer. He allowed me to pick up my children, but the rigor was too much for me. After a while, I decided to resign and became in-house counsel. So I worked in a shipping company for a while, and in 2002 set up my law firm called Vatat Solicitors. Eventually changed it to my name, Folashade Ali and Associates. I hated litigation, and hence the reason why I did corporate commercial all of my life. But from nowhere, I became an arbitrator. What I hated most was what I eventually liked, which is a lesson for all of you. Don't ever say that you don't like an area of law. So as an arbitrator, I realized that really the litigation I was running from is what I'm now eating from. And eventually, I just thought, if I'm writing awards, which is judgments, counsels are appearing before me, why don't I just become a senior advocate? And I started going to court, and the rest is history. I'm the chairman for MBA section on legal practice now. I represent Nigeria on ICC board. I sit on boards. And I think really the message is that there's nothing you cannot achieve. Age is not a barrier. 63, my life is just starting, and I'm enjoying it.
Thank you so much. Yes, your life is just starting. This is just the beginning. Miss Mary?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Ekemezi. So I started my career at Udodo Mambelo Sage in 2008. So I did a youth service with them, and I started. And I worked there for 13 years. And all of my life, I've been a litigator. Unlike my very senior colleague and senior advocate, unfortunately, I don't have a temperament for litigation. Went to court a few times, disliked the entire process, and was very happy when I never had to go again. I only sort of appear if I have a transaction that requires us to go to court. My temperament just doesn't suit court at all. And I think that's one of the things I would take away from it. So try things, but also figure out what are your strengths, where do you play best. So life sort of happened just when COVID was happening. I fell ill. And I was really ill for almost 18 months. And what that meant was I didn't have the capacity to do those hours anymore. If you're going to do corporate commercial law in a top tier law firm like UBO, unfortunately your hours are long. It is what it is. And so I had to transition. So the question was, what are you transitioning to? And there were 2 things that came to mind based on what I've been doing over the years. So I should mention that all through my career and up to now, I still volunteer. I have a space. I continue to maintain my presence in the NGO civic world. So I kept doing that. And so one of the things that comes from there is volunteering and mentoring comes easy to me. So I had younger lawyers speaking to me about, oh, want this career, or what do you want to do? And I figured that not everybody is going to work in the top tier, first 2, 3, 4 tiers law firm. Many people are going to need to advise clients. And I thought, I have all of this experience, what can I do? And that's how I set up EMI Academy. It's actually a training platform for lawyers who specifically want to practice as corporate commercial lawyers. And so what are the skill sets you need for that? How do you go about it? Are there skills? I know that the skills are transferable. Unfortunately, we didn't have at the time like clear rules for transferring it. So there are very specific skills you need to transfer, you need to practice. And then while I was doing that, I was also advising startups and SMEs. SMEs in particular have a special focus for me. They have, yes, the multinationals and big corporates hire people, but we have many small mom and pops, smaller companies, MSMEs, that are the heart of the country. And many times they can't grow because when they don't start with the end in mind. They don't start thinking about legal. They don't start thinking about, look, legal isn't just a box. It's actually a compliance and risk function. And so part of the work I do now with startups and SMEs, and because at this level you get to see what they do holistically, as opposed to when you're advising in big corporates, you tend to speak to specific things. But here you do a lot more hand-holding, which I really do like. So sometimes you're working with them from ideation, and that's very interesting. So that's sort of my career part. Big law done and dusted, and now I'm serving the rest of mankind.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. On to Mrs. Olo.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lanre Olowo. Good morning, my panelists.
Good morning.
Yes, my professional journey is rooted in corporate governance, and I'm a chartered secretary. The background of being a chartered secretary actually shaped my early understanding about governance, compliance, and organizational ethics, and which later naturally transitioned me into becoming a legal practitioner. Presently, my work focuses on commercial law, corporate governance and advisory services, taxation and alternative dispute resolution, including online dispute resolution as well. Over the years, I have worked with individuals and businesses on regulatory compliance, like I said, corporate restructuring and dispute resolution, supporting sound decision-making within organizations. Beyond legal practice, I am involved in mentoring and training students preparing for professional examinations. This has been a fulfilling part of my work, and it allows me to contribute to capacity building and professional development. I also serve as a women coordinator, like we have been told, of the Eti-Osa Women Forum, where I engage with women across various backgrounds, focusing on support, mentorship, creating opportunities for growth, and collaboration. This role really had further strengthened my belief in the importance of community and intentional support, system for women. Excuse me. Over time, my experience has taught me that the legal profession requires not only technical competence, but also resilience, adaptability, continuous learning, and balance between professional and personal responsibility. I am particularly glad to be part of this panel because it provides me an opportunity to reflect on the experience.
My apologies, so because of the time, would you mind making it a bit shorter? Because we have only 1 hour to wrap it up. Thank you.
So the challenges we face and the practical ways we can continue to support one another to grow, to lead, and to thrive. So thank you once again for having me on this table.
Thank you, Mr. Danwa. If we could keep it brief, thank you.
Okay, so I started my legal career 10 years ago. I was called to bar in 2015. I did my pupillage, the whole 2 years and then an extra year just to, be a bit more in-depth into the whole law, the law practice and everything. Then I went on to work as a legal advisor for a company. And then after that, I diverted a little because I was always an adventurous person. So while I practiced law on one hand, I was, dabbling into other things, experiencing other fields. And then 3 years ago, I got a job as a legal associate with Brit Properties. I was basically, then they had just a legal department, and I was basically the person always constantly pushing, like, you guys need to be more proactive in your legal field and all those things. So eventually, like, okay, you know what? You become the legal compliance manager. Let's see how you handle it. And then eventually from there, I grew and became the head of the legal and compliance department. They merged both of them together. So that's how I got to where I currently am right now.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Ms. Hawa.
Thank you so much, everyone. Good morning. So I was called to bar in 2019. I've always wanted to be a litigation lawyer. I didn't want to do anything else apart from litigation because I want to go to court, litigate, talk in front of everybody. They'll be hailing, yes, lawyer, you're doing well. All those accolades that comes with it. So COVID-19 happened, so we were restricted to work from home. So due to that, there was no much litigating happening at that time. So I started making research, how to go into corporate, commercial, business law, and all of that. So I got jobs doing corporate, doing commercial, and all of that. And I fell in love with corporate, commercial, corporate law section of law practice. So, and I've remained in that place. I realized that litigation is stressful. Something I've always wanted to do from the beginning is now stressful for me. But as a young lawyer, it will be stressful, just like Leonard Sik said, that what she was running from is now making her more money. For now, I'll be doing this corporate and commercial law because it's giving me money now. Exactly. But when I get to her stage, the experience that she had that makes her to now be making this much money, I know that definitely I'll get back into litigation. So
thank you very much.
That's it. So after that, then I became an in-house legal officer. I worked in a construction firm. I became the immigration and compliance legal officer. I was handling all things expatriates, foreigners, compliance with different agencies and ministries in Nigeria and all of that. So that's where I'm presently working, and I'm also having a side practice where I'm trying to start up my law firm, Akagu Associates. So that's what I'm working on. Just like learning from the Leonard Silk here, she's having Folashade Ali and Associates. I'm also building Akagu Attorneys. So she's my icon. I'm stepping into her shoes. God's willing, I'll become a senior advocate very soon. So she's my inspiration.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists for sharing your career trajectory. I feel like we've all learned a lot of how you made waves in the legal landscape. So we'll be going into the directed questions now. This section will be more on the career path. First to Mrs. Folashade. In a male-dominated space, there's the idea that you have to be one of the boys to be able to progress in your career. You have to be involved in these informal hangouts. And usually these spaces are not really ideal for women. And so how would you say, as a woman that wants to step up, wants to progress, wants to become an SAN, and they feel, they have to step into these spaces, how would you say they need to navigate, or would you say they need to create their own spaces entirely?
Thank you. I think that's a brilliant question because obviously, let's start with the reality. 40% of women, of lawyers are women. But out of that 40%, let's just break it down a bit. Out of the, I'll talk about senior advocates, only 4% are female. That's the reality. Even for the judges, where we all know we have more judges, it's still 33%. So, yes, well, across, I'm doing the population now. So, and also, so what I'm trying to say is that the reality is, women, if there are 40% of us as women, it should nearly be a par in all areas. Even in law firms, how many law firms do we know are run by women? How many partners do we have? It's not a par, it's not 40-60, and that's what we want. That's the reality at the moment, is that there's a disparity. But you know, the question we should ask ourselves is that when it started, when my father, Afe Babalola, when he started his law firm, how many women did we have at that time? Not many. That were senior. We had loads of women, but most women, because of career, because of their children, because of family pressures, could not attain to become senior at the senior managerial level. In-house, we have a lot of them because, as my colleague just said, when you are in-house, there are loads of flexibility. But if you're in court, if you have to travel, which is what entailed, especially, you know, in our parents' era, you have to go from Bauchi, go to Bielsa. If I had my 1-year-old, you couldn't do it. But things have changed. The reality is that with the technology that we have, a lot of things are changing. Now, there's the old boys club. Men meet. The visibility is what is the problem for women. You have your child at home. You've just gotten married. You have pressure. You have to cook for your husband. Can you really attend those nightclubs? Can you golf? How many women do we see golfing? How many women do we see going to Ikoyi Club in the evening, except when they're taking their children? That was the reality before. But I think things are changing. And why I say so is that women too need to realize that there are ways in which we can network. And now we have all these forums. Visibility is what we really need at the end of the day. The question is, how do you get visibility? There are other forums. An example is what Eti-Osa is doing Law Week. Do you attend conferences? Do you make yourself visible anywhere you go? We need to also have our own girls' club. We need to have basketball clubs.
Yes.
We need to start doing table tennis, which I love playing. We all need to also create our own network. Why do we have a metropolitan club for men? And I don't have my own women, whatever I call it, Lagoon Club for ladies, or my Gucci shop, where women can come and where we can all come and have tea, or afternoon tea with Folashade Ali. That's what I think we need to get to. Men network, men help each other. Women, what are we doing? There's a lot of outcry now, and that's why I know things are changing. Before there was no outcry. Now we have arbitral women. We have so many women trying to advocate that we should get there. And with and support system is really what I think is the problem for women. Women need to support each other. We are lucky now. We have offices, law firms creating creches so that you don't need to actually stay at home, which is what I had to do. My mom of blessed memory obviously helped me, so I didn't stay at home for long. But that has been some of the deterrent. But some women are making it. So when those that are making it, the question is, what are we others looking at? If we have the likes of Mrs. Adekoya, Chifolake Sholanke, Mrs. Ira Balogun, those are people that, for me, are my mentors. And you know, they're people I speak to, and they're the ones that encouraged me and said, don't give up on your career. You're very brilliant. You're talented. Most people are talented, but you know one thing? We're shy. Don't have this guilty feeling that you need to and be guilty that you're a woman. It's actually your pride. Because we are talented, we multitask. Men can't. Chief Justice Ojodi, you can't ask him to cook rice. Now, he can't do it. Most women cannot. So, you know what I'm trying to say is that we are talented. We can do everything. I look after my child. I take them to school. At the same time, I will come back to my office. I'm running my law firm, and I'm running it very well. So, women, there is nothing that is stopping you anymore. What used to be a deterrent is no longer a deterrent. We have so many things. You have technology now. There are flexi hours that law firms are given. I do that when you have just had your child. So what I'm trying to say, we need to also speak out more. We need to also realize there's nothing like any old boys club. Be visible yourself. Whenever you get into a room, be noticeable. You know what? Be noticeable with talent and beauty and brain. you can also be. And that is really the reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've learned that women need to support women, and we need to also do our own things. We need to step out. We need to be visible. We can't just sit at the back and then complain about it after. So on to the next question to Miss Mary. So you walked away from your top corporate job and to build something of your own. A lot of young women dream of doing something outside of or going to a high-tier law firm. So what gave you that momentum to take that decision?
I think that I was lucky. I mean, I had worked for 13 years before I was stepping out way, so I had a network. I wasn't starting from ground zero. I had been providing this service unofficially to friends who were women who, oh, I'm doing this, what do I need to do? And I did realize, because I also used to facilitate in UUBU's, we had a faculty for training young lawyers, and I used to sit in that faculty. And eventually we had something called Elevate, where there were like 5 law firms, and they would grade all the facilitators, and I consistently was doing well. So I figured, actually, you're good at this. You're good at teaching. You're good at sharing knowledge in this way. So I was building on strength. So again, identify what are your strengths. And then 2, you have a network, even if you went to school. So one of the things I probably would have done better now, and what I encourage younger people to do is, look, networking is horizontal and vertical. If you go to school, you see those persons you go to school with, give it 10 years. They are either decision makers or on their way to being decision makers. And so if you keep in touch, they're going to be the ones, so if you want to run a law firm, they're going to be the ones to give you work. Some of the people that have sent persons to train are either, oh, Mary's doing this, we know her. So build your network, be intentional about that. If you are not a people's person, and some of us are not, right? You need to then figure out what is your strength. Are you an afternoon person? Do you prefer smaller, intimate engagements? And then work with those strengths. Do I do better with people I know? And then go to events where you're likely to find people you know, and then they are the ones introducing you to other people. But just think that I'm not going to fail. So the biggest thing is that half in your head you're thinking, I don't know if I can do this. I'm not sure I can do this. So there's a bit of, there are voices in your head telling you you're wasting your time. Who told you you can? So the first thing to do is to do it afraid. You're frightened, yes, but you're doing it anyways, and then put yourself out there. One of the trainings I got was literally because I was talking about it on LinkedIn. So social media is fantastic. And the person had seen me talk about it consistently for a while. They reached out and said, oh, would you come and train my firm? Let's see what you're about. Send us your proposal. So first, identify what phase in your life are you. If you're a mom and you're a bit hands-on with your children, you need to find something that is suitable for that period. So it would mean that you're probably available for 5 or 6 hours in the morning when they're in school. And that's fine. That's a phase. You're going to outgrow it. Secondly, you need to also identify what are your strengths. Literally just sit down, what are my strengths? Who do I know? And do the maths. Thirdly, you see that voice telling you can't do it. It's okay. We can do it afraid. Just turn up. And if you keep turning up, you get to it. That's sort of what has worked for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. One phrase, do it afraid. Then we move on to Miss Hawa. So you moved into in-house practice. So what would you say that you had to learn or unlearn from regular litigation?
Thank you so much for that interesting question. So as a young lawyer, most young lawyers go into litigation. Let's say 99% after call, you go into litigation, you get instruction from your boss, you handle cases alone or together in a team. So you just work as a lawyer, you discuss as a lawyer, right, as a litigator. But there was a shift in that whole experience, moving into in-house counsel. So maybe you're the only lawyer in that law firm, or you are two. It does not really matter, but there are lots of board meetings over a particular legal issue or so many legal issues, you will need to talk. So if you're an introvert, you will need to unlearn being an introvert to become an extrovert. You need to put yourself out there. You will need to talk. You will need to explain legal issues. Something that we lawyers, as litigators, when we just say one sentence, we understand. But you're talking to people that are not lawyers, you need to explain. You need to explain in a layman's language that they will understand you. Because if you keep giving all these our big grammars and telling them this, they will keep on adjourning that board meeting, that meeting, so that you keep on coming back to explain that legal issues, and you'll be wasting time because there are so many tasks you need to do. So that's just one thing. You need to unlearn being an introvert to become an extrovert. Secondly, you would need to get training in that particular field or that company is their major business. Take, for example, construction law, oil and gas, banking, So there are some things that are taught in law school. Some things are by experience, right? So if you're going to work in banking sector, you need to take some certifications that will enable you work in the banking sector. Because in law, we are not mostly taught banking. You understand, banking sector knowledge and all of that. So you need to get that training to be able to work, to understand the Securities and Exchange Commission, the capital market, everything that has to do with banking sector. Now, if you're not going to work in oil and gas, so it depends on the particular company you're working at. You need to get the training for that particular company so that you can apply the legal advice and give all the, take care of all the compliance that is related to that company. Because you cannot bring all the compliance knowledge in, let's say, real estate into banking or into construction law or into tech. You have to get the training for that particular company you're working at in order to function properly. So coming as a litigation lawyer, you'll mostly be doing virtually everything. But, master of everything, when you know a lot of things and you don't have mastery of a particular thing for the particular company you are going to work in, it becomes a problem. So moving into in-house made me realize that you need to get the training for that particular company you are working for. Then when you are done working in that particular company, that sector, you want to move into another sector, you have to learn again the training, the education, everything you need to function in that particular next company. Because as lawyers, we are expected to have experience in everything. So you need to keep on getting training, get yourself acclimatized with the particular business of that company to be able to function. So that's just it.
Thank you very much. Then we're going to move into a section on more of the challenges that women face, and this is to Mr. Lowo. So there are certain small little adjustments that women have to make in professional spaces that men don't think of. So how you walk into a room, how direct can you be? Or should I say this? Would they think that I'm an aggressive person? Would they think that I'm emotional? So, or laughing at something that you don't even think is funny, but your senior male lawyer has made a joke, so you have to laugh. So do you think that has gotten easier the more senior you go? Or have the adjustments you've just decided to accept the way they are?
Thank you so much for that question. And permit me, I have my slide on my phone so that I'm not talking out of context. So for me, I say, yes, I believe many women make subtle adjustments in professional spaces, especially early in our careers, as a legal practitioner. We often think carefully about how we speak, how the direct way to speak, even how we are perceived, and all of that stuff. Sometimes we ask ourselves, am I being quiet or am I being too assertive? Those are considerations that women that somebody like me have experienced, have had to navigate, in this legal profession. But I would want to say that adjustment have become, easier because, with confidence, you overcome some of those adjustments. And how will you get confidence? I have learned that value lies, like I said, in competence and preparation, and then to get integrity. The adjustments have not disappeared really, but then they have simply shifted to a different level. Today, the challenge is less about proving that I belong and more about leading with wisdom. It's about being firm when necessary, while remaining open and supportive, speaking with conviction, while remaining respectful and creating opportunities for younger women who are coming behind you. I've also realized that authenticity is a strength. Trying to fit into someone else's expectation is, is exhausting and then it is unsustainable. You cannot continue with that forever. So I have come more comfortable being myself while maintaining professionalism. People may remember how confident you spoke, but they will ultimately respect the quality of your work and the integrity of your character. So for me, the most important lesson that I wrote is that, competence, preparation, and integrity, just like the learned sick and all the panelists have said, speak louder than stereotypes. How are you perceiving yourself? Women are this, women are that. No, it is the competence and the preparation and the integrity, that you have built on yourself over the years. And I have learned that, I do not need to change who I am to succeed, really. I simply need to keep growing, keep learning, and bring my best to the table. And as we rise, we should also make it easier for the next generation of women to walk into those rooms with confidence. The goal really is not to learn how to shrink ourselves as women to fit into the room, but to grow in competence and character so that we can confidently take our rightful place in the profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer. Okay, then we're going to skip a couple of the questions because of the time. But Ms. Marie, I don't know if you could just quickly touch on part of Ms. Alowo's question about being having control of the room or not trying to be labeled as aggressive or bossy. Just how do you counteract that practically?
I think that I completely agree with being confident and being prepared. If the response you give in the room is accurate, is on point, takes the transaction forward, people make space for you. But also begin how you want to end, is what I say. Whether it's luck, whatever it is, I never had any sexual harassment experience throughout my entire career. Still don't. And so one of the things I notice is also the way you dress and the way you carry yourself shuts down some things. And people just realize this is not a place to go. I so dress well. Certain attires are just not appropriate, no matter what I see younger lawyers wearing today. It's just not appropriate. To dress well, prepare well. Look, know that document, understand the transaction like the back of your hand. What that does, at least what I saw that do for me is, people may not necessarily like you, but they would respect you. And they would work with you because they know you would deliver. And where you're looking to get to is respect. Sometimes, with that respect, likes comes in because people don't understand where you are. It's a quick thing, grow your confidence. Please understand the law, know that transaction, dress well, and carry yourself well, but also read the room. If I come into a room and I'm doing a transaction, I want to understand very quickly where are the power dynamics. who are the persons who are driving this. If you understand the power dynamics, then you do know what to push on, what not to push there, what to sort of allow your clients push, what to take out of that room and discuss later. So read your room. So you're going to study and acquire pretty much people habit, people intelligence, if you're going to succeed in this practice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, then we're going to move to Ms. Adanwa. So one of the biggest questions like young lawyers ask, like which path is right for me? Where should I go? What industry should I enter? Everyone is a bit confused being young. So how did you decide on your own path? And what would you say to someone that is trying to choose between litigation, in-house, what area, or just something entirely different?
Okay, so from the beginning of my career, like there was a specific reason I studied law. I studied law for two main reasons. One was because of the knowledge. Like, you know, we are called learned for a reason, and there's a reason why everyone else is called learning. It's because we make it a point of duty to know or at least understand the principles of law in every industry. So it's like wherever you carry a lawyer to, just a bit of brush up and they are good, right? But it doesn't have, it's not the same way with other fields. You get, law is more like a universal field. So I entered because of the knowledge, one, and two, because I noticed a lack in my household. So from the beginning, I was interested in property law. I already knew I was going to do property law. But the question was, how? In-house, litigation, like from which angle? Corporate governance. So after I graduated from law school and everything, I entered the field, and my very first experience was with my PPA, the place I was posted to. And the very first thing, the person, like, I'm coming to my PPA to, you know, bring my letter and everything, and the very first thing the principal partner is telling me is, I did not ask for a female lawyer. I specifically asked for a male lawyer. And I'm like, why? He said, litigation, they have more energy. So that created my first bias against litigation. It's like, so litigation is for people with energy. So if I don't have energy, or, you know, one thing or the other, you know how we are as women with our whole cycles, moods, and all those things. So it's not exactly the same way it is for men that it is for women. So that created my first bias. It's one of the major reasons why I didn't delve into litigation. Then later on, working with different law firms and everything, I learned that litigation has different stages. So there's case assessment, legal strategy, negotiation. There's also the pleadings and filings before you speak of advocacy. That's arguments in courts, and then execution of judgment, right? And I had a talent for the first three I mentioned. That's case assessment, legal strategy, and negotiation. But from the part where I entered filings, not pleadings, I could draft a mean pleading, like I could change a case with my pleadings, right? But from the part of arguments in court, execution of judgment, I did not have the energy for that. So I automatically just took it that, okay, I see what that man was saying, litigation is not for me. And that was what formed my bias against litigation.
Okay.
So I ended up focusing more on the other aspects of property, which is what led me to end up in-house. And then as I started working in, you know, a company, I now discovered the compliance aspect. I had always known of compliance, but to me, it applied to financial institutions, banks, and all those things. But when you enter real estate, you find out that compliance is actually pretty interesting, and it's the thing that helps you stay on the good side of the law, basically. So what I'll just say is that there are the major things that somebody who is focusing or looking to decide their path in the legal field should focus on is, first of all, what solutions do you find yourself solving the most? Mine was born out of a need. Another thing is, what energizes you? For me, the whole paperwork is what energizes me, but having to stand in court depletes my energy. Then, where do you receive compliments the most? What do they compliment you for doing well? Then another thing is curiosity. Where does your curiosity lie? What are you curious about in the legal field? Then, last but not least, what lifestyle do you envision? When I say what lifestyle do you envision, I don't mean the cars, the houses. I mean in terms of like, okay, so if you're dealing with corporate governance, right, it's influence you're looking at. Influence decision making. If you're dealing with litigation, it's the litigation has this electricity that comes with it, the arguments in court. So how do you envision the rest of your life being? That helps you decide where in particular you need to focus on.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. I think this has helped us direct where we want our careers to go for the young lawyers. Then I move on to Mrs. Folashade. I know the legal profession can be very demanding. I know you touched on balancing responsibilities, having children, but how have you approached balancing family, personal relationships as well, and moving your personal ambition, your career ambition over the years?
Thank you. I think because we've spoken, everybody has touched on it. What I would like to say are three things. First is that as a lawyer, as a female lawyer, I heard earlier on relationship, network. Your network is your net worth. Who you know takes you to where you want to get to in life. Build a good network. It takes you everywhere. So when you have that good network and you are competent and you're consistent and you have good character, you would make it. When I say competent, competence is excellence. What is excellence? You know, Aristotle said excellence is not an accident. It's a choice you make. And it's the result of high resolution. Excellent execution is what gets you to where you want to. It's not an accident that I'm a senior advocate. It's not an accident that my Lord is a judge. He worked for it. It's a ladder. You don't start one day and get there. But you know, when we want to rush to make money, then that's all you will have. But if you want to build a career in law, I'm not fooling anyone here. It's not moi moi. You have to work hard. And you have to show that you're competent. When you go into a room, when you're given a job and you do it excellently well, they will call you another time when there's a transaction like that. It doesn't matter if it's corporate, it doesn't matter if it's immigration, it doesn't matter if it's litigation, arbitration. Whatever task you're given in your office, in your chambers, wherever you are, do it well. Because you know that person that I knew worked hard is the person I'll pull in. When I'm as a chairman of SLP, I had to think of people that will help me execute my work well. It was those that I knew. You don't bring people from anywhere. If you ask anyone here, how did you get your job? At times people refer work to, Mary just said it. It's from your network of even from your school that you build to where you are. So work-life balance, for me, ladies and gentlemen, is not today about having a balance. Balance will always change. So what is important is how do you get there? So I'll explain what I mean. Priorities are important. When I was younger, my priority was my children and my family. I didn't joke with them. I wanted them to go to the best of schools. I wanted them to be successful. So I had to have that balance at that time that my children came first. But now, I'm sorry, they're old enough. My career is now on that level. But for others, so you know, it might even be, even at work, I always tell people, when they give you 10, and your partner or your senior person gives you work to do, one will be more important than the other. You have to prioritize. You have to time block. You have to know the time you want to do A or B. Work-life balance for women is that you must know when, at times, unfortunately, you have to tell your boss, I'm sorry, my child is sick, and have to take that child to hospital. And they must appreciate that time. Because you know why? They know that when you are in that office, you are indispensable. I have someone that told me, ma'am, I'm sorry, I have a child that has a problem. Because I know that lady and I knew her hardworking. So I told her that, please, take your Tuesday off because she had to go for therapy. She had a child that had a problem. I knew I didn't want that lady to leave me. I bent for her because that was important at that time. So we will always have those issues that are imbalanced, but you will always continue to balance them because you know what is important at a particular time. And for me, that is the reality of life. You will always have issues and times where you have to go on vacation. You need to take a vacation. If not, you have to know when to exercise. I exercise every day. That's why I am as I am. And I don't joke about my exercise. Don't call me at 5. I'm not in my room. I'm on the road. I hit the road every morning. That is me because I have to have my sanity. So everybody must know what works for them. What works for me, you might prefer is evening that works for you. But you must exercise. If not, you drop dead in the office one day. So all of us need to understand that you must make sure your work, your health, your family, and your ambition all have, equal footing at a particular point in time. They will always juggle each other. But there are times where you just have to decide that this is important for me, and at this particular time I have to go. When I was doing my conference, my work I had to jeopardize my job for a while because I knew I wanted to deliver a first-class conference. So for that 1 or 2 months, unfortunately, my work suffered. But immediately I went back into my work. That is how the reality of life for every one of you, whatever you're doing. When my Lord is writing his judgment, doesn't have time for social events. He has to write that judgment and deliver because we lawyers are waiting for him to deliver that judgment. That is just the reality of how law is and how it evolves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think we've learned a lot from the panelists. They've given us their experiences and has widened my own perspective as well as yours, I'm sure. So we'll be moving on to the Q&A. If anyone has any questions, we'll only be able to take maximum 2. Okay, someone has a question here.
Distinguished panelists, fellow lawyers in the room, my Lord present here. My name is Chidima Obi. I don't have a question. I have a contribution. I happen to be a 35+ lawyer, and I started my career as an in-house lawyer in the oil industry. I moved around a bit, and I hear, as a matter of fact, I was co-opted into the planning committee. When they brought the female lawyer in a changing world, I had that conversation with the chairperson, and that my attitude to it is that when we were called to the bar, we were told there are no genders at the bar. But when you come to the rational world, you begin to hear women this, women that. There are no ladies at the bar. We are all gentlemen. That is number one.
Sorry, ma'am. Please, if you could...
I will give my comment. Just allow me.
Okay, just that we're running out of time.
I know.
Okay.
I will not ask any question or give any comments after today. So, what I'm saying, you're not, all the panelists, you are not preaching to the female. You were talking to the members of the bar generally. Don't make excuse that you are going to be treated differently because you're a woman at the bar. There is nothing like that. I hear across the room, competence, competence, competence. That is what is demanded from the female lawyer. In fact, if I have to come back again, I want to be a female lawyer because it actually gives me more privileges than I can get. And when I read better, the bar is already raised for me without too much struggle. So to the female lawyers in the room, My challenge to you, even as the young lawyer, is that do not let anybody tell you that it's because you're a woman. There is nothing. It's your intellect, your preparedness, your opportunity to own the room when you're there. That is what lifts the bar for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Does anyone else have a question? We can only take one more.
Well, good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. Lady panelists, since you want to be referred as lady panelists. I have to confess that this is an eye-opener that from where I am, from where I sit, that people, legal practitioners, actually believe that ladies are being, quote unquote, in loose terms, cheated out of something. Now, this is my question. We must, sorry, don't let me say it, ladies must up the gun. At least where I work, I can tell you for sure, percentage is 70% female. That during meetings, I say we are extinct. That means the male. So please, keep it up. Fight for your right. Nobody's going to bring you down. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Folashade.
So thank you. I think, first of all, what we're saying here, and I need to correct, I appreciate what you said, ma'am, but I think here what we're saying is that women, all of us, I used myself as an example, everybody else did. I think the point we're saying is that women, things have changed. We're in the technology age where we have more support than before. More than anything, it's not about just being competent alone. Women need to, we should stop feeling guilty that we're a woman. There's nothing wrong with you because you're a woman. When you're a woman, you actually have more reason to excel. The problem we all had was I use the litigation example. Oh, litigation, you can't do it, as my sister just said earlier on. But now, nobody's stopping you that you must go to. If what you do what you want to, do you get to wherever you want to? It's you to determine where you want to get to. If you have a vision and you plan where you want to get to, you will get there. And I'm sorry, I don't think there's this gender that, I agree, there's no the issue of that, that there's no female at the bar. I'm a learned silk. I'm not a learned brother. I don't have anything. I don't know when they say learned brother silk. I'm a woman and I'm proud of my femininity. However, what we're all saying to everyone here is that please get to where you want to get to. If you don't plan, you don't get to your destination. Have a plan. Decide your career path. Because you're a woman, because you're having children, or because you're married, should not be a deterrent to you having and establishing a good career and getting to the height of whatever it is, what area of law, echelon of your career. That's all we're saying here. So female lawyer, we're telling you, get up and please rise. Because my Lord just told you, Lagos is an example. 70% of women are judges. And the judiciary, why don't we have that all over the world? It's not the same. So please, let us all just take the mantle and rise, because we can all make it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So we've come to the end of this panel session. I just want to thank our panelists for sharing their thoughts, their opinions, and their experiences. I'm sure we learned a lot, because I did. This was a very, very interesting experience. I hope we can take something from it. So I just want to thank the panelists. Can we give them a round of applause?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, moderator. Thank you so much. I believe that this panel has been phenomenal. They've been very fantastic. Thank you so much for everything you've talked about. We've learned a lot today. Women are talented. There's nothing stopping you again. We've been advised to be very visible. We've talked about preparation. One of the panelists talked about dressing well and understanding power dynamics. You will agree with me that everyone that has been on this panel has been very phenomenal. Mrs. Folashade Ali, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Now, I would ask you to please tell me what you've been doing, maybe later on, to stay this young and still look very good, because I didn't believe that you've done 40
Exercise.
later on. Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you. That's you've been fantastic. The reality, I'm a second generation lawyer, but the reality is that most second generation lawyers don't do well. They don't even want to practice law. Some get into every other aspect. Exactly. And if some who practice law just make a nonsense of the whole thing because their heart is not even there, some don't even want to do anything at all related to law. But it takes so much for a person to be a second generation, and you are still pushing forward and making so much milestone in the profession. So we really appreciate you for that. We appreciate every one of you who has been on the panel. Mary Ekemezie, you've been very fantastic. Mrs. Eunice Olowo, Adamwa Nwoji, this is very brilliant. Your thoughts on these issues have been very brilliant. Hawa Uthman, you've been wonderful. Maybe we'll work together later on. Thank you so much. My Women Forum chairman, you've been very fantastic. Please, a wonderful round of applause for this panel. They've been very fantastic. I believe that everyone who is here today will be going out very encouraged and knowing that we can always make a good difference, even as women in the profession. Thank you so much. But before they leave, the chairman actually gave me a directive that nobody on the panel is from the bench. And so, but we have a chief magistrate who is here. The chairman has told me that the chief magistrate will make a comment. And if somebody from the law school or from the students want to say something, you can say before we disband the panel and go for our tea break. So, Your Worship, you're welcome. I'm particular because my wife is also a magistrate, so I want Your Worship to talk here. Please, a round of applause. Sorry. Your Honor. Okay, sorry. In other places they call them worship. So, but yes. So Your Honor. Thank you so much for that correction. Thank you. Your Honor, please. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. As my CJ would say, I beg to rest on the existing protocol. So I'll just go straight to the point. As a lawyer who is not biologically male, the world is your oyster. Even if you are a full-time housewife or house husband, your legal skills, the skills you've acquired as a lawyer, negotiation with your husband or wife, time management with your children, packaging, advertisement, all those kind of things are what we're taught in law school. Okay, I'm sorry. So I would just encourage us to continue to uphold excellence, integrity, but for me, integrity comes before excellence, however. And I want to thank the panelists. Your contributions have been so inspiring, and I've learned so much more. Thank you, everybody. And then again, I want to expatiate a bit on what I said about even if you're not practicing, even if you're not into litigation, even if you're just sitting at home, you are a lawyer, you're not a normal human being. Yes, you're a special human being. Because I would like to give an example. If the plumber is coming to the house to fix the kitchen, and he knows that madam is a lawyer, he would think twice before misbehaving. So being a lawyer makes us extraordinary. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But before we maybe go for our tea break, do we have any other person from the law school that wants to make any comment? If not, okay. Okay. After the lady, please make it very short. Our vice president is here. She would also make a comment very fast before we go for the tea break. Please make it very short, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Adebola, and I'm a Nigerian Law School extern. So what I have is not actually a comment, it's a question. So I'm sure many of us are wondering, because some of us don't want to go into litigation. So my question to the panelists, Maz, if we don't want to go into litigation and we want to go into corporate practice, corporate commercial law, what are the steps to take as a new wig that I just called to the Nigerian bar?
Thank you so much. Can somebody else handle that in few sentences?
Okay, I'll try to answer that question. I think that the first thing you should try and do practically is see if you can get an internship with one of the corporate commercial law firms. It also means you have to think about settling where corporate commercial transactions happen. So you're looking at Port Harcourt, Lagos, Abuja. That's it. That's it. So it limits also for you. It doesn't mean that corporate commercial law transfer doesn't happen anywhere, but in the volume that you need to sustain a practice, this is. Abai is up and coming, but I'm not quite sure if it's there yet, but it's up and coming. So that's the first thing, where you settle. Internships. 3, as you do know, the MBA ICLE is offering trainings. My firm also offers. So you need to understand the skill sets. Off the top of my head, in this order, mastery of English. Second, contract drafting. And third, due diligence. There is no corporate commercial law if you don't have these 3. Because it's also a business, I would say commercial awareness and business intelligence. These 5 and you're good to go.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That was fantastic. May we just take the comment?
I would like to add to that, to what Ms. Mary has said. So I'll go straight to the point. So get your ICSAN, all right? If you want to go into in-house, you need a lot of corporate governance. You do a lot of board meetings. So get certified and in the Institute of Chartered Arbitrators, get ICSAN certification, get intellectual property training, get data protection training, get different compliance training. That will help you to survive in corporate commercial practice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you pass the microphone to the Vice? Please, in some very few sentences, your comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I must say that I don't know why I was not invited officially for this program. Yes, so I decided to get crash. I'm supposed to be in Abuja actually, but because of my love for Eti-Osa, I was a member of the forum, and I'm an honorary member of Eti-Osa branch. So my name is Bolatumi Animasha. I'm the second vice president. I'm so happy for this particular one, and what the Learned Silk has told you, for being a member of NBA, you are already covered. All these questions, especially the last question, what do I need to do? If you attend meetings regularly of NBA meetings, you will learn a lot. And Learned Silk Folashade Ali is the chairperson for the section of legal practice. And we have so many other sections. We have section of business law, and today they are having their conferences. That's why I'm supposed to be in Abuja. And also we have the section on public interest and development law, SPIDL. And incidentally, all these sections are headed by women. Clap for women. They are the chairperson of women. So all you need to do is for you to be visible. Be visible. How did I get to where I am today? Law is my 3rd degree. I have my 4th degree in education, my 2nd degree in I have a master's in public administration. Then I decided to read law. So you need to make yourself mentally alert. I never knew that I would get to where I am. But because of my visibility in MBA, I saw opportunities and I grabbed the opportunities, and that's what made me to be where I am today. So I'm encouraging you, whatever you want to be, you can be. I was called to bar at the age of 50. You start to wonder how old I am. But I've met one woman in Abuja. She was called to bar at the age of 80. So like Learned Silk said, age should not be any barrier. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And before the panelists disbanded, I would ask the Leonard Silk, please, when you form that club, make me an honorary member of that club. I want to be in that club. I can be the only man there. Just make me a member. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for this wonderful panel. So we'll be going out for our tea break, and so that in the next few minutes we'll come back for the keynote address, for the keynote speech. So the chairman has requested that the panelists and then the dignitaries in front would move to outside where the tea break is being done, and then every other person will join them. Thank you so much, and when we come back, we'll go into the next session. And please let me remind you that I am running for General Secretary of the NBA. Let me not make that mistake. Thank you.
Please, there is plug for all the panelists, but what we intend doing is to make it part of the dinner so that we're more elaborate. Thank you, Leonard Sik. And there's going to be a picture session with the panelists. So I will invite my Lord Justice Olatunde Oshodi to please step forward. I will invite my Leonard Sik, Shegun Fabumi, SAN, and I will invite my Leonard Deji, Ondo State, Mr. Abiodun Aikomo, your state, Mr. Abiodun Aikomo, and Mr. Daramola, the Permanent Secretary and Solicitor General of Ekiti State, Mr. Andrew Mawi, SAN, and the second Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association, in person of Mrs. Bolatumi Animashaun, to please step forward to come and have photograph session with the panelists. Over here, please.
Thank you. Can we make our way to this place? The chairman of the Law Week Planning Committee, please come and join them too. And the Law Week Planning Committee too. Please, we are coming back immediately. It's 1 o'clock. We're starting the keynote speech by 1 o'clock on the dot. So please, I'll be asking that we go for the tea break immediately, and so that we can come back for the keynote speech and then for the rest of the proceedings. Please, can we be fast about it? Thank you. Sorry. At the beginning of this opening ceremony, I told us that Eti-Osa branch is young, but very, very progressive. It is not easy for a branch to bring in this number of learned minds from different parts of the country and also from different parts of the world to be in their law week. I think that for me, I've had the privilege of going to several places. I think that this is the first one or the first law week I've gone to, and you have all this array of persons from the local, from the national, and also international being a part of a law week. So may I say, can we give a round of applause to Eti-Osa branch for being this fantastic? Leonard, Attorney General of Lagos State, I welcome you again. We have recognized you even in absentia. You're welcome. Leonard, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I see you again. We met at Caleb University, and I see you again, so you're welcome. We will go into the next segment of today's proceedings, and after that, we'll do a lot of recognitions because I can see a lot of big wigs that are here today. But before we have joining us virtually for this law week, I must confess, the chairman, I don't know whether the chairman will want me to say this, but the chairman, I know that the reason why these men are not here physically with us is because of some of the things that had happened in Nigeria. And they were cautioned not to visit Nigeria because of the state of security in Nigeria. And so I think it's something that we need to keep praying about and keep pushing that things really improve, because I believe that if they were here, most of us may have gotten tapped into one or two things by their presence. But be that as it may, we thank God for technology, and they're here with us. So I will start, before I introduce the keynote speaker, may I have the privilege of welcoming the Deputy Attorney General of Manitoba, Mr. Jeremy Akastream. Please, a round of applause for him. He has joined us virtually. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you. We also have with him the Assistant Deputy Attorney General of Manitoba, Mr. Michael Connor, is also here with us. Please, a resounding Eti-Osa round of applause for them. Thank you for being here with us. And we also have the keynote speaker for today. He is a very great man, and I believe that by the time he is through with his keynote address, we would have a better understanding of who he is internationally and in Canada. We have the attorney, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Manitoba, Mr. Matt, Honorable, Yes, I'm sorry, yeah. That's Honorable Matt Wibby, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Manitoba. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. You're welcome to Eti-Osa branch, and thank you for being a part of this law week. I will now be handing over to you because we've spent a lot of time so that you can go into your keynote speech immediately. Thank you so much. I now hand over to the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice for his keynote speech. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, distinguished members of the Nigerian Bar Association, honored guests, colleagues, and friends. My name is Matt Weave, and I am the Minister of Justice and Attorney General for the province of Manitoba in the country of Canada. I'm honored to be here today to deliver the keynote speech in the Nigerian Bar Association Eti-Osa Branch Law Week of 2026. I would like to begin by acknowledging the Governor of Lagos State, Chief Judge of Lagos State, the Honorable Attorney General of Lagos State, the President of the Nigerian Bar Association, the Chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Eti-Osa, the Senior Advocates of Nigeria present, and the distinguished members of the bar and bench gathered today. I would also like to personally thank Olunwaraju Bamidele Obidana, the chairman of the NBA Eti-Osa branch, for personally organizing my participation in this year's Law Week. It has been a pleasure to get to know you and to learn more about your country's history, culture, and customs through this process. I am especially honored to be here today because of the strong relationship that exists between the province of Manitoba and the country of Nigeria. Manitoba is fortunate to have many wonderful Nigerian lawyers, doctors, teachers, and even the Minister of Health, Seniors, and Long-Term Care, Minister Uzoma Asagwera, working successfully here in our province. As Minister of Justice, I've seen how the expertise of Nigerian legal profession has benefited our justice system as a whole. And I'm grateful for their hard work and for their dedication to Manitoba. I look forward to continuing to strengthen Manitoba's relationship with the Nigerian community. In Canada, we typically offer a land acknowledgement at the beginning of an event. Land acknowledgements are made by governments, educational institutions, businesses, and community organizations to recognize the traditional Indigenous peoples, the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis territories, and the homelands where we live and work. They invite people to think about the history of the land they are on and to promote a shared commitment to understanding the historical events that have led us to the present day and our important relationship with Indigenous communities. For context, Indigenous peoples have lived on the land we now call Canada for thousands of years, with their own unique cultures, identities, traditions, languages, and institutions. In many ways, Canada and Nigeria share a similar colonial past that disrupted pre-existing political and cultural systems. In Canada, early partnerships with Indigenous nations and colonial governments were forged through the treaties, as well as trade and military alliances. These relationships were eroded by colonial and paternalistic policies that were enacted into laws. The Legislative Assembly of Manitoba recites a land acknowledgement at the beginning of each sitting, recognizing that Manitoba is located on ancestral First Nations land and declaring that we respect the spirit and intent of treaties with Indigenous peoples. It is a formal part of the legislative process, codified through the Standing Committee on Rules of the House. Canada is actively working towards reconciliation, building a renewed relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people based on the recognition of rights, respect, and partnership. Today, I join you from Regina in the province of Saskatchewan, away from my home province of Manitoba. Regina is located on Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba. This is the original lands of the Cree, the Saulteaux, the Dakota, Nakota, and Lakota people, as well as the homeland of the Métis. And so I join you with respect in the spirit of the intent of the treaties, making sure that we remain committed to working in partnership with those First Nations. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of our evolving traditions with you. Canada and Nigeria, though geographically distant, share many important similarities. We are both diverse, multicultural federations with complex histories and legal systems. We both share ongoing challenges in protecting rights and building justice institutions that are decolonized, accessible, equitable, and responsive to the need of all citizens. It is in that shared spirit that I, along with my colleagues today, offer these remarks, reflecting on Canada's experience with federalism, governance, the rule of law, and some contemporary justice issues. To begin, and to provide some context for our discussion, I would like to share an overview of Canada's system of government and constitutional structure. Canada's parliamentary democracy is rooted in the British Westminster tradition, but like Nigeria, we are a federal state. Our Constitution Act of 1867, which established Canada as a country, divides lawmaking authority between the federal government and 10 regional governments called provinces. We have 3 large territorial governments spanning the vast north of Canada. The territorial governments exercise powers that are similar to provincial governments. The Constitution Act of 1867 assigns specific areas of jurisdiction to each level of government. Generally, the federal government is responsible for matters of national scope, such as criminal law, national defense, and immigration. Provinces have the authority over local matters, such as education, property and contract rights, and the administration of justice within their jurisdiction. This division of powers is intended to foster national unity while at the same time respect the vast diversity that is our country. Federalism in Canada is dynamic, and the courts, particularly the Supreme Court of Canada, are often asked to interpret the division of powers, to define their contours. In practice, there is much overlap in the division of powers. The Supreme Court of Canada has described our constitutional division of powers as cooperative federalism. Cooperation between governments is increasingly important in areas where responsibilities overlap, such as environmental regulation, public health, Indigenous relations, and relevant to today's discussion, justice. While the federal government is responsible for legislating criminal laws, provinces administer justice at the local level. This can create challenges when a federal law does not align with local needs. For instance, provincial and territorial governments have identified the need for strengthened bail and sentencing laws as repeat violent offenders pose a significant risk to public safety. Manitoba has become a national leader in advocating for bail reform. Provincially, we have strengthened the law's enforcement and the capacity to monitor individuals who are released on bail, as well as to respond when conditions are breached. However, because bail and sentencing legislation falls under the federal jurisdiction, Manitoba and other provinces are collaborating with the federal government to strengthen their legislation. It is important that these reforms still respect the presumption of innocence and do not exacerbate overrepresentation of Indigenous people in our justice system. The reality is that it's not possible to effectively address some of the most pressing societal problems without collaboration and dialogue among the federal and provincial governments. In practice, governments of all levels work hard together to create safer communities. The need for effective intergovernmental collaboration is particularly evident when addressing complex social challenges, such as the persistent overrepresentation of Indigenous people in the criminal justice system. Unfortunately, Indigenous people in Canada represent a disproportionately high percentage of the individuals in custody. This remains one of the most pressing and persistent challenges in our criminal justice system, and one that all governments in Canada are deeply committed to address. In the 23-24 fiscal year, The comparative likelihood of being incarcerated for Indigenous Manitobans was 14 times higher than for non-Indigenous Manitobans. The problem of overrepresentation then reflects many systematic issues of the legacy of colonial policies and discriminated against Indigenous people, disrupting traditional practices and dislocating communities. While these colonial practices of the past are widely condemned today, the resulting intergenerational trauma and socioeconomic disparities continue to endure today. The Supreme Court of Canada has acknowledged these systematic factors in cases such as R.V. Gladue in 1999, which emphasizes the importance of considering the unique circumstances of Indigenous offenders during the sentencing and exploring alternatives to our incarceration when appropriate. The hope is that we can correct course by bringing greater awareness to the factors that have led to the problem of overrepresentation and taking this into account in our approach to crime. Manitoba is committed to addressing the problem of overrepresentation through initiatives focused on prevention, diversion, and restorative justice programs, and implementation of culturally appropriate supports. Collaboration with Indigenous governments, communities, and leaders is fundamental to creating inclusive policies that will address the overrepresentation. One initiative that I would like to highlight is the Restorative Justice Act, which is Manitoba's legislation that supports the development and use of restorative justice programs. Restorative justice is an approach to addressing unlawful conduct outside the traditional criminal prosecution process. It provides an opportunity for the offender and the victim of the unlawful conduct to seek a restitution that repairs the harm caused by the unlawful conduct and allows the offender to make amends to the victim and to the wider community. Restorative justice can require the offender to obtain treatment or counseling to address the underlying causes of crime, such as mental health conditions, addictions, or other behavioral issues. Our government's public safety strategy acknowledges the need for accountability and strong deterrence for serious crime, but incarceration is not the whole answer. We also need to address the root causes of crime. As part of the restorative justice program, offenders may be required to apologize to the victim or other affected members of the community. They might be required to participate in mediation or reconciliation, pay restitution, engage in community service work, or participate in counseling, education, or treatment programs. A restorative justice approach to unlawful conduct can be used at any stage of the criminal process. Matters can be diverted out of the criminal justice system altogether before or after charges are laid. Alternatively, restorative approaches can form the part of traditional prosecution, resulting ultimately in a stay of proceedings or in the mitigation of the sentence. Manitoba's Restorative Justice Branch works collaboratively with Manitoba Victim Services to deliver diversion programming across the province and oversee more than 100 options for diversion. The Restorative Justice Branch also works closely with First Nations across Manitoba to provide culturally relevant restorative justice programming. Restorative justice holds offenders accountable, but does so in a way that's more aligned with traditional Indigenous values. By focusing on treating the underlying causes of crime, we hope to reduce the rates of recidivism, which alleviate the overrepresentation of Indigenous people in custody. Public safety must also focus on rehabilitation. Jail holds an offender accountable for a crime, but it is also an opportunity to provide programs and treatment to hopefully reduce recidivism. Manitoba has established therapeutic communities in its prisons, which are healing programs aimed at changing unhealthy behavior patterns. For those inmates who are ready and willing, a therapeutic community offers a chance for individuals to reside together in an organized structure, in which participants' daily actions are in alignment with treatment goals. Therapeutic communities offer intensive case management, programming, and release planning to all participants. We currently have 3 therapeutic communities within Manitoba Corrections, 1 for adult male sexual offenders, 1 for addictions treatment, and 1 for women, focused on trauma and addictions. Manitoba has also established healing lodges, which offer culturally appropriate services and programs to Indigenous offenders in a way that incorporates Indigenous values, traditions, and beliefs. At a healing lodge, the needs of offenders are addressed through Indigenous teachings, ceremonies, and interaction with nature. Emphasis is placed on spiritual leadership and the value of staff and community members' life experiences. And programs are delivered in the context of community interaction and focus on preparing an offender for their eventual release. Studies have found that healing lodges improve recidivism rates and help inmates connect with Indigenous traditions and teachings. As part of our work towards reconciliation, Manitoba Justice also is supported by 3 Indigenous committees and councils, which aim to ensure that those responsible for administering the criminal justice system understand the factors that contribute to the overrepresentation. The Indigenous Advisory Council is comprised of Indigenous Crown attorneys who provide culturally appropriate advice about working with Indigenous peoples and communities. The Council provides Indigenous-led cultural competency education to our Crown attorneys, including on the lasting effects of colonialism. We have also established an Indigenous Elders Advisory Council, which supports the goals of reconciliation and to provide the cultural guidance to the department. The aim is to ensure more culturally appropriate and trauma-informed approaches to address overrepresentation in the criminal justice system. And thirdly, we have established steering committees that involve senior leaders within the Manitoba government, as well as Indigenous leaders. These committees play a vital role in strengthening the department's ability to work in partnership with Indigenous communities to advance reconciliation. One additional approach is that deserves mention here today is our Alternative Response to Citizens in Crisis program. We call it ARC. In some cases, mental health crises can lead to concerning behavior that poses a risk to public safety and results in police being called. But while police presence may be required to preserve public safety, a police response alone is not ideal to deal with someone in crisis. The Alternative Response to Citizens in Crisis program provides compassionate approach to crisis while responding and increasing access to appropriate mental health supports and services. During the pilot period of this program, ARC engaged in 882 police events involving 530 individuals, providing crisis response and preventative response to those in need. The pilot project review found that most engagements were able to be resolved by ARC intervention alone without further police involvement. Ultimately, we believe that the solution to crime, including the problems of overrepresentation, comes not only in its legal reforms, but also in broader societal and economic change. We take a multifaceted approach guided by collaboration and data collection. And this includes working in partnership with communities to address root causes and ensure interventions are both responsive and evidence-based. To conclude, I want to thank you very much for your interest in this important issue in Manitoba and in rebuilding our relationships between our countries. It is an immense honor to be here with you today virtually, and I greatly appreciate the opportunity to share some of our important work here at this event. I wish you a productive law week ahead, and I will now give the floor to my colleagues to continue this important discussion. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Connor. I am the Assistant Deputy Attorney General in the province of Manitoba, and it is a great honor for me to be here with you today to address distinguished members of the Nigerian Bar Association, members of the judiciary, the attorneys general, and other honored guests. Recently, in March, I had the opportunity to travel to Geneva as a provincial representative on the Canadian delegation that appeared before the Human Rights, before the United Nations Human Rights Committee for the review of Canada's compliance with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The Human Rights Committee is, of course, comprised of human rights experts from around the world. And what struck me was the tremendous value that exists in sharing ideas and perspectives among the international community. We have much to learn from each other, and I am very grateful for the opportunity to be here today to speak to you. Minister of Justice, Secretary General, the Honorable Matt Reid just spoke to you about how we are addressing some of the challenges we face in Manitoba, working within the federal system of government, which has some similarities, of course, with Nigeria, as well as our approach to criminal justice. We can improve our criminal justice system. In my brief time, I'd like to share some reflections on how Canada and Manitoba protect fundamental rights and freedoms of our citizens and upholds the rule of law. Canada is a relatively young country. Our federation came into existence with the enactment of our Constitution in 1867, and that Constitution established our institutions of government, modeled largely after the United Kingdom, and divided our legislative powers among federal and provincial levels. But we did not yet have a constitutionally entrenched guarantee for fundamental rights and freedoms. That only happened 115 years later in 1982 with the adoption of our Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Many of the rights and freedoms in our charter will be very familiar to you because they are quite similar to the protections found in Nigeria's Constitution of 1999. For example, our charter protects the right to liberty, to life, prohibits cruel and inhuman or degrading treatment. There are legal rights, such as the right to counsel, the right to silence, the right to reasonable bail, presumption of innocence, and the right to a fair and public trial. Both of our constitutions guarantee fundamental freedoms, such as the freedom of conscience and religion, freedom of expression, the right to peaceful assembly and association, and equality under the law. Of course, there are notable differences in the wording and structure of our constitutions, but unsurprisingly, the core protections in Canada very much mirror yours in Nigeria. One important feature of both our countries' constitutions is that rights are not absolute. Article 45 of Nigeria's constitution has a parallel in Section 1 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Both permit laws to reasonably and justifiably limit rights in order to achieve important societal objectives, such as national defense, public safety, and public health. The challenge for any free democracy is how to navigate that difficult balance when pressing societal objectives sometimes collide with fundamental rights and freedoms of our citizens. Ultimately, we rely on an independent judiciary to interpret the scope and limits of those rights and to elucidate how they apply in practice in individual cases. Perhaps we saw this most starkly at play during the recent global pandemic, COVID-19. The entire world grappled with a serious public health crisis. In Canada, federal and provincial governments passed a variety of public health restrictions on gatherings in public and private places, travel restrictions, mask mandates, and the like. Undoubtedly, these measures impose significant restrictions on the liberties we all cherish: freedom of movement, social and religious gatherings, and they had serious economic implications. The laws were hotly debated. Many legal challenges were filed, including to some of Manitoba's lockdown restrictions. Ultimately, the court upheld these restrictions as justifiable limits because they were necessary and proportional to the public health emergency. To give you another example, more recently, Manitoba passed a law to create protective care centers to deal with an acute drug problem in our midst. Individuals who are intoxicated by drugs and pose a potential danger to themselves or others can be detained temporarily at these centers, where they are monitored by medical staff until they can be safely released. Some have criticized these laws and have filed court challenges, arguing that it violates charter rights. I was quite interested to see that Article 35 of Nigeria's own constitution provides that liberty can also be restricted when trying to address people who are suffering from drug and alcohol addiction. Ultimately, our courts will decide if Manitoba's law is a reasonable and justifiable limit on rights. What's important today is not the details of these examples or the outcome of specific cases, but rather I want to highlight two features of our constitutional democracy in Canada that are key to the rule of law and guaranteeing citizens' rights. And I believe this is true for democratic societies throughout the world. First, along with a very deep commitment to freedom of expression, which is imperative for governmental institutions to remain accountable and to maintain public confidence and preserve the rule of law, Canada's legal culture encourages citizen engagement and participation. And I'll give you two examples. Last month, the Minister and I attended a national human rights forum, which brought together ministers and senior leaders from the federal government, every province and territory across Canada, to discuss the human rights challenges that we are facing. The first day of that forum was dedicated entirely to hearing directly from non-governmental organizations, Indigenous groups, and human rights advocates, which I believe reflects government's willingness to engage, to listen, understand what concerns its citizens the most, so that we don't become complacent in upholding human rights. Another example in Canada is our practice of allowing non-governmental organizations and public interest groups to intervene in cases, especially at the Supreme Court of Canada, to ensure that the court has a very broad perspective when it is ruling on cases of national importance, especially when dealing with fundamental human rights. A second feature of our Canadian legal system that I believe is crucially important to upholding human rights and freedoms is our strong constitutional protection for an independent judiciary, an independent body. Recently, I read an article in the New York Times where the President of the United States is quoted as criticizing two US Supreme Court justices who ruled against his tariffs for being disloyal to the president who appointed them. The Canadian Constitution takes a very different view. In fact, we see it as dangerous to the rule of law and human rights to demand that judges be loyal to the politicians who appointed them. Rather, independent and impartial judiciary, one that is free from political influence, is a cornerstone of our legal system in Canada. The judge's only loyalty is to uphold the law and the Constitution. Throughout Canada's history, especially since the Charter of Rights and Freedoms came into force in 1982, the courts have adjudicated important cases dealing with equality rights, religious freedom, freedom of expression, Indigenous rights, among many others. These decisions have greatly impacted the social and economic fabric of our country. Without strong protection for judicial independence, citizens, particularly the most vulnerable among us, cannot have any confidence in the fair administration of justice. Likewise, we view an independent bar as a hallmark of a free society and a foundational constitutional principle. Many cases advancing human rights in Canada only happened because lawyers have the courage to take on novel and sometimes unpopular positions on behalf of their clients or the public. Sometimes legal aid or other sources of funding are not available. Lawyers have worked pro bono to bring these important cases before the courts. Governments, private citizens alike, rely on independent lawyers to provide objective advice on the constitutionality and legality of public laws and initiatives. This provides citizens with the confidence that our elected officials will take important public policy initiatives in a manner that respects fundamental rights and the rule of law. Because ultimately, we all aim to improve the lives of our citizens. To conclude, I again want to thank the Nigerian Bar Association for the invitation to speak to you here today. We hope that you have found bringing a perspective from a Canadian province to be valuable and informative for your own deliberations. Once again, thank you very much.
Perhaps, good afternoon. Welcome all of you to this wonderful conference. I'd like to take a moment again to express my deep gratitude for the opportunity to speak to you this morning, for us this afternoon. I'm going to keep my words very brief because I understand that you just lunch, and I hope that your waistband is suffering for you. But it's also that time where it starts to get a little bit difficult to stay awake. So despite the minister's incredible speech and Michael's very insightful thoughts, I want to just take a few moments to talk about some very high-level thoughts about the law, justice, and the nation, and its challenge, Nigeria. It's challenged. I talk about that in a positive way. I see Nigeria as a place of incredible opportunity. It was 34 years ago that living in bondage really broke onto the international media scene and created, for many people, the Nollywood scene. And of course, the most recent movie behind the scenes has broken all of the records previously set. And so we see this economic growth in the film industry in Nigeria is just one example of how Nigeria is leading Africa with respect to economic development. But with growth, our nation is no different from ours. Issues of security, issues of economic growth, issues of inflation need to be pertinent issues. But it's only one thing to you today, it's this. The role that the legal system plays is crucial. The role that the bar association plays is crucial. The role that we play as gatekeepers to the institution of the court process is crucial. I want to talk just for a few minutes about a few very high-level themes that I think we share in common and that will be challenging for all of us. It was John Locke, the English philosopher, that said, "Where law ends, tyranny begins." Nigeria, like Canada, is a nation of great diversity. We've talked about the federal system, of course. I know Nigeria has 36 states as well as the federal capital. But I also know that Nigeria is blessed with many ethnic groups, more than 250 ethnic groups estimated to live in your great nation. Not dissimilar from a nation that not only has, the minister's comments focus on reconciliation to the many First Nations that lived here prior to colonization, but also has welcomed immigration, hundreds of other cultures, people who bring great diversity to our nation, to our economy, and to our national fabric. And finding a balance within that diversity is very challenging at times. But it's crucial to know that the rule of law is an important and fundamental institution for the success of any democratic society. When we talk about the rule of law, we often talk about it with respect to criminal law. And that's important, obviously, when we look at things like security, when we look at the idea of quality of life, when we look at the idea of economic opportunity for individuals from backgrounds. But I want to think about just for a moment the themes that I saw with respect to Law Week. And again, what an honor it is for us to be here. Profitable, justice, ethics, impact. When we talk about the rule of law, the reason that it becomes so crucial is because it has implications for the citizens who are trying to access justice, for individuals who are looking for dispute resolution mechanisms, but also for international investment. We know that nations are more successful when the rule of law is successfully upheld. We know that nations are more able to attract investment internationally and nationally when the rule of law is upheld. We know that nations have a sense of fairness, a sense of justice, and the opportunity for greater economic growth when the rule of law is upheld. Many of us look from the United States, the British example, as opportunities for us to see what a mature rule of law process can be. But let's not fool ourselves. As Michael has just mentioned, there have been a number of conversations, a number of criticisms of the rule of law in these nations as well. And so when we talk about the rule of law, it isn't about casting concrete. It isn't about saying, well, we've created a legal system and now we'll just leave it alone. It is an evolving, organic process, and all of us have a responsibility to it. As lawyers, as attorneys generals, as judges, whatever our role may be, we play a crucial role in ensuring that institution. We play a crucial role in ensuring its ongoing development. When we think about the rule of law, I want you to remember three things. That we should have a legal process that is fair. We should have a legal process that is understood. And more importantly, we should have a legal process that is trusted. I'm going to talk just very, very quickly about some of the challenges that we're seeing in Manitoba and in Canada. I just returned from a national meeting last week, and Michael have had the opportunity to speak to the United Nations. And here are some themes I want to share with you that I think are going to be challenges across our world. Number one, the issue of access to justice. The minister, of course, has very eloquently talked about the overrepresentation of Indigenous populations and how to deal with that. Well, access to justice is incredibly important for a number of reasons. Number one, there needs to be a fair, impartial dispute resolution mechanism. Number two, where individuals have transgressed the law, there needs to be a sense of punishment, a sense of justice, a sense of law and order. But number three, and increasingly in our world, we know that the legal system is being looked to be able to help heal communities. And we know that healthy communities are safer communities. So the role of the law continues to evolve, and the role of the courts in that process continues to evolve. So when we look to access to justice, we have to have a justice system that can be accessed, that is affordable for individuals to be able to access, and that regardless of background, regardless of culture, regardless of language, our nation, we have two official languages, English and French, as well as a number of other languages that have been recognized with respect to traditional Indigenous languages. All of those need to be able to be accommodated in a meaningful way. And so access to justice becomes a theme that we know is not only central to our core process, but also one that's growing and evolving as we understand the needs and the complexities of other individuals. Number two, technology. The use of technology in the legal process creates new opportunities and new challenges like we've never seen before. It is rare for us in Canada now to have a legal case that doesn't involve technology, whether that's something that's been recorded on a phone by way of audio or video recording, by way of pictures, by way of other research or pieces that are being introduced and recorded in different ways. How we manage that is an incredible challenge because it means more court time for hearings, but it also means for us an opportunity for witnesses
Let's just clap, even though, let's clap so that they will know what happened here in the hall. Because apparently they didn't know that we went off. Thank you. Thank you so much for that wonderful keynote speech. That was very insightful. Please, another round of applause now that they can hear us. A resounding round of applause for that wonderful speech. The Minister of Justice has done a very wonderful job. Thank you for highlighting the need for restorative justice and pointing out that incarceration is not the ultimate goal. Thank you for pointing out that jail times should really be for reforms and not just to punish individuals. And while he was speaking, I actually had to Google the keynote speaker. And one of the things that I saw, one of the statements that I see reoccurring in his speeches are that Manitobans know that to see real change, we must address crime and the causes of crime. And that is what justice should be all about. A round of applause for this keynote speaker. Thank you so much, the Deputy Minister for Justice, for also pointing out that the independence of the judiciary holds the key for any citizen's trust. And thank you so much for that beautiful speech. And the Assistant Deputy Minister also, thank you for pointing out that we should have a trustworthy and accessible legal process if the system must work very well. Please, a resounding round of applause for this wonderful men who are parts of this discourse. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, I would invite the chairman to maybe thank them and also make one or two comments before we go into the next segment. Mr. Chairman, sir, thank you so much.
I'm standing on the existing protocol, and what I'm about to do is not actually to appreciate them, because the learned AG Lagos State is here seated and is the host of all the Attorney General for this session. He will be the one to come and appreciate the Honorable Minister of Justice, Mr. Matt Weeb, for being part of our session this year. But I want to comment on how we came about having Honorable Matt Weeb as our keynote address speaker today. I went on, while I'm a permanent resident in Canada, he is my Attorney General, and I saw a lot of innovations he has introduced into the Ministry of Justice since inception as the Attorney General. So that prompted me to reach out to my planning committee that will it be possible for us to have him as our keynote speaker, and they all approve of it, and the letter was written to his office. Without any unnecessary bottleneck, he invited me for a meeting in his office, and I went with two of our other members that are in diaspora that were both residents in Manitoba. We met him in his office on that day. He had made logistics arrangements on how we get to his office, and he even came out in person to pick me from where I was seated at the lobby into his private office. He did not stop at that. He invited the Deputy Premier of Manitoba in person of Ngozi Asagwara, who happens to be a Nigerian by birth but a Canadian citizen. He invited them to join us at that session. That's the picture we are seeing there. And he promised me that he will be here in person along with some key other members of the ministry. And I want to believe, like the moderator, the MC rightly observed, that it was due to a security issue that couldn't make it possible for Honorable Matt Weeb to be here with us. I especially thank the Assistant Deputy Attorney General in person of Mr. Michael Connor, is the one beside me there. He's a wonderful man. He assisted us all through this session. He has been sending messages back and forth to ensure that we align all the logistics arrangements. But why I came out to adumbrate on this is what Mr. Matt Weeb told me at that meeting. that most Nigerian lawyers in Manitoba or Canada at large, we tend to excel exceedingly well among our peers. That among other nationality, Nigerian lawyers stand shoulder high. And he asked me of what are the impediments that couldn't make it possible for younger lawyers of Nigeria extraction to be in Canada, which I have explained to him. And he has given me his words that I should come to see him so that we can discuss a modality of how to create a pathway to bring interested, vibrant Nigerian lawyers that would love to come and work in Manitoba. On this note, I am bringing to the podium the referred presence of my boss, whom I learned directly under when I was doing my intern at the chambers of on the Attorney General's office in Lagos State Ministry of Justice. Mr. Lawal Pedro was the director of civil litigation then, and he tutored us like his own son and children, and he took us through the rudiment learning process up until the time we became a lawyer and we started going to court to see him that this is the man that used to take us to court. Leonard A.G. Pedro, may I humbly invite you to please come and give a vote of thanks on behalf of MBA Eti-Osa to Honorable Matweeb.
Thank you, my chair, for your kind words. Well, I'll just say my colleague, who have just given us the keynote speech. The Attorney General and Minister for Justice of Manitoba, that's Matweeb, and the intervention by the Deputy Attorney General, and of course the Assistant Deputy Attorney General. I thank you very much, and I've been able, and I'm very sure my colleagues at the Nigerian bar here will agree with me that we have picked one or two things from your speech, particularly how federalism in Canada is dynamic and peculiar to Canada. So that, to me, is a big lesson that we can take away from here with your province, where we have and I can also recall a few months ago, your colleagues at the federal level in Canada of the Ministry of Justice of the Government of Canada was also with their representative who are in my office, and we share a lot of experiences, and this is just part of what you have been able to share with us today. So without taking much of our time, I will say thank you very much, Honorable Minister for Justice, your deputy and the Assistant Deputy of the Attorney General. I thank both three of you profusely. And for our colleagues that are here, on your behalf, I think I've delivered your message by thanking them. So we thank you very much. Please, let's have a round of applause for them. So what we have just seen is an intervention from the Deputy Attorney General and the Assistant Deputy Attorney General. Now we are coming back base, and I think some of us, we still have to, as panelists, do our own contribution so that we can all enjoy the day. So please stay around and watch the next proceedings as it go. And I also urge you, my Honorable Attorney General and Minister, please key on with us on the program as we proceed, so that when next we come to Manitoba, we'll have things to share together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that immediately the chairman announced that some moves are in the pipeline to assist some young lawyers to find a way I'm old now, so I mean, no, it may be difficult for me now to make such moves. But I believe that a number of persons will be joining the Eti-Osa branch because this is a very wonderful opportunity. And so for the younger ones who are here, who are still thinking of joining the Eti-Osa branch, I don't know whether you want me to prophesy to you before you make that move. But that's a very wonderful move. And I remember, I think there was a particular man who was campaigning at some point, and he said that he has gone to Europe and secured about 40,000 jobs or something like that I almost call the states, but I won't say it, for their state. And after that, it was one of those things. But we know that this one is real. And so please, those who want to do that, the chairman, thank you for that, for making that move. It shows you are progressive. Like I said before at the beginning, Eti-Osa branch is young and very progressive. Please, a very wonderful round of applause for the chairman, for the minister, and for members of the Eti-Osa branch. Thank you so much. I just wish I was younger. I would have just jumped at that, but let's see how it goes, yeah? Thank you so much. I'll just do some recognition before we go into the next segment. May I recognize the chairman of Bear branch, Mr. Saliu Jimo. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for being here with us. My very good friend and brother, the chairman of Ikeja branch, Adeni Quadri, is here with us. Please, a round of applause for him. The chairman of the biggest branch in Nigeria is here. Nigeria, actually, yes. By the numbers that they have, my very good sister, Uchenna Oginedo Akimbade, the chairman of Lagos branch, is here. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And, well, I don't need to introduce the chairman of Eti-Osa. He's our Oga at the top at the moment. Thank you so much for all being here. The Attorney of Lagos, we've already seen him, but may I also recognize him again, specially, Mr. Lawal Pedro, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Please, a round of applause for him. Again, may I also recognize the Attorney General of Oyo State, Mr. Abiodun Aikomo. You're welcome, sir. And I must tell you, I love the interpretation of that name, as you told me. Thank you so much. The Attorney General of Ekiti State is also here, but represented, Mr. Dayo Abata, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, represented by Adara Mola Bemiga. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you so much for being here with us. The Attorney General of Ogun State is also here, Mr. Oluwasino Ogunbade, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He's been represented by Olumuyiwa Ogun Sanwo. I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce it very well, but I think it's the way it's written here. I'm sorry about it. Please, a round of applause for him, sir. We can't see you. Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us. We also have Professor Kayode Ajulo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Attorney General of Ondo State, who is represented by my friend, Ademola Lema. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. And may I also especially recognize the former General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. I'm trying to wear his shoes, Mr. Desino Adebite. Thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you. And so we will be going into the next segment, and I believe it will also be very explosive. And it's a segment where we'll have all the Attorney Generals in the Southwest being here with us. And but before I call them up, we all know that the states is very powerful. And so they'll be talking about the states today. The state is very powerful. In fact, the state can turn a man into a woman if they want to do that. I remember several years back, I had written a letter to a corporation. It was a water corporation by a particular state. They were not providing the services again, and they were asked. They wanted to tax the people for drilling boreholes in their places. So I wrote them a letter, And when the lady, who is a member of, I think, the Ministry of Justice responded, her closing remarks was, "You cannot fight the state." That was the closing remarks. And it meant a lot, because it means that the state can crush you if they want to crush you. And so today we'll be having that discussion today. Would they use the law to crush all of us, or is there a way around it? And so to discuss the topic, the state, the law, and the people, justice, rights, and accountability in a changing Nigeria. We have, first of all, on the panel, the Attorney General of Lagos State, who will tell us today whether the people come first or the state comes first. Mr. Lawal Pedro, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, please make your way to the podium. Please keep clapping for him as he makes his way there. Let us say there's a staircase here so that you don't need to jump. Thank you so much. We also have the Attorney General of Ogun State, Mr. Oluwashino Ogunbade, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who is represented by Olumuyiwa Ogunsanwo. Please make your way to the podium. Thank you so much. Please keep clapping for him. I think that we don't know how powerful an Attorney General is. Attorney General can actually discontinue a criminal charge, give nolle prosequi, and tell the man, go home, you are free, and nothing will happen. That's how powerful an AG is. So please, let us clap very well so that they don't do the opposite of nolle prosequi in our own cases. Thank you. May we also invite the Attorney General of Osun State, Mr. Oluwole Jimmy Bada, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I don't know whether his representative is here, but please, if he's here, he's not here. Okay, thank you so much. May I invite the Attorney General of Oyo State, Mr. Abiodun Aikomo. Please make your way to, please keep clapping well for him, so that Ibadan people will not be angry with us today. Please keep clapping, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. The Attorney General of Ondo State, Professor Kayode Ajulo, SAN, represented by my friend Ademola Lema. Please make your way. Clap, put your hands together for him. And also the Attorney General of Ekiti State, the Attorney General of Ekiti State, Mr. Dayo Akbata, represented by Adara Mola Bemiga. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way to the podium. Thank you. And to moderate this session is a very cerebral Senior Advocate of Nigeria that I love so much. He's one of my fathers. So I'm very proud to see him again today. And please, with a resounding round of applause, may we welcome Olusegun Fabumi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. He will be moderating this session, and I believe that he will be telling the state that the people are more powerful today. Thank you so much. As I hand over to the moderator of this session, the learned Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's nice seeing the faces of all my colleagues here this afternoon. And I'm seated between the most powerful people in the states of the Southwest. Those are the Attorney Generals. I don't want to take much of our time because the time is fast spent. And we have listened to the keynote address by Matt Weber, his deputy and his assistant deputy. And I'm sure that we have all recorded the keynote address. And what we are going to talk about this afternoon is based on that address by the three people. We all know the topic we are talking about, and is one of the burning issues that we are talking about in Nigeria today. That's justice. The topic for discourse today, just pardon me 1 minute, is law as business, law as justice, profitability, ethics, and human rights in the changing world. I know we don't have time. What I'm going to do is to have a comparison with that topic with Canada. And that's the reason why we are here. And I'm going to allocate, I wanted to allocate 10 minutes before, but I saw that if I allocate 10 minutes, that's going to be 50 minutes. And that's always going to be an hour. So I'm going to give each member of the panel 7.5 minutes, 7.5 to discuss. And the way I'm going to do is this. I will start with the Attorney General of Lagos State, Mr. Lawal Pedro. If you look at the program, you will have seen their profile. I don't want to go through that again because it's going to take our time. Mr. Lawal Pedro, everybody knows you as being a practitioner in the Ministry of Justice. I met you there almost 30-something years ago. And in that 7.5 minutes, I want you to compare law as business, law as justice. Is it profitable? What are the ethics and human rights in the changing world vis-a-vis that of Canada? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, my learned brother Silk. The assignment is packed full, but I think I will start from where the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Justice of Manitoba, starting with the peculiar, sensitive issue, the indigenous people's rights. And I decided to take that in recognition that they're also as advanced as Canada. They prioritize indigenous people's rights for various reasons. The rights, just as in Canada and in Nigeria, were abrogated by colonialism, and of course, in Nigeria, by the amalgamation of the North-Southern Protectorate, later to join Lagos. And of course, I said this because when you talk about commercial, Lagos is the commercial nerve center of Nigeria, and today it stands as the 5th largest economy in Africa. And that speaks volume. And for some of my colleagues that are old here, in the First Republic, the adage is Gedegbe Lekowa. Who knows of that phrase? Only few people. Yes, that means Lagos has been in existence and has stand alone before Nigeria was actually birthed. And that's actually translates that Lagos, by virtue of its proximity, of its commercial nature, was the first contact in this part of the world with civilization or contact with the Western world, starting with the Portuguese trading before even the British came to Lagos. Now, we share that in common. Now, when you now look at federalism, according to the minister, federalism in Canada is dynamic, and cooperative federalism is what they practice. And I think we can also borrow a leaf from there. so that to be able to advance the economy of the country as a whole. And that's why they have resolved to have what they call cooperative federalism. And that was what attacked the new tax law, the Tax Act, that was also enacted by Nigeria when they were opposition to it. And my view, if you want the country to prosper, to develop, and to grow at the pace in which we desire, then we must adopt that new tax regime. Adopt it as what is referred to as cooperative federalism. Because when you look at the issue of VAT, you'll be looking at the Constitution, is this really not a tax meant for the states? But now the federal is making the law. And you heard the minister said, even for as simple as issue of criminal justice system, bail, and rights of defendants made by an act in Canada, and the state the provinces key into it to ensure that they have synergy. That's what we refer to as corporate. So to me, for us to have good and sound economic reform and development in Nigeria, we must adopt that style also, having a cooperative federalism in which both the federal and the state can synergize very well. And that's as far as it's concerned. Now, when you now look at the law, the states, and the people, for purpose of economic development, I say that the relationship between the states, the law, and the people is a social compact, not contract. It's a social compact founded on justice, sustained by respect for rights, and strengthened by accountability. Now, when you see this, and in the center of all this is the people as a whole. Therefore, citizens themselves have a role in nation building, in economic development of the nation. And that's why my assumption of office, the summit that I set up was the stakeholder summit on administration of justice for enhancement of economic development and protection of property and investment rights in Lagos. It is only when we are able to do this through the instrumentalities of the law that we can have a better society. And that's exactly what is playing out. That to have a good system in place, the law have a lot to play. And I think a joke has been made here by the comparer, saying that we have the state here. If they say we should do something, we must obey. And that to show that, yes, the state is powerful, but powerful to the extent that whoever runs it are representative of the people. And if your representative makes a law, then it behoves on all citizens to do what? To be able to obey the law so that we can have a sane society. So to me, if you continue to have good laws, it will encourage investment. It will encourage what we call both local and foreign investors to invest in your nation. So the law is very important to have that. And what I've seen going through that is that in Lagos, for example, when we talk about investments in property, only even if it is for estate development, look at our tenancy law in Lagos State. All of you will have been a witness to it, either by practice or by, information or complaints. And what we have done in Lagos is to try to amend the tenancy law of Lagos State, which is presently in the House of Assembly, and one pass into law. The tenancy dispute in our states should not last more than 3 months, maximum 6 months, bearing in mind that we have constitutional provision that say after a final address, you have 90 days to write judgment. So there should be no tenancy dispute in our courts if that law is passed, that it should last more than 6 months. That is encouraging investment in that area of development and venture for those enterprise, so that people can now build houses for rent. And the landlord should not be scared and be afraid of how soon will he collect his rent. For a tenant to sue his landlord, he has the right to access court. But there must be a condition precedent according to the bill in the House of Assembly now. Part of the things you file with your originating process for it to be assessed, you must show that you have paid all your arrears of rent, all your utility bills. It's contained in the law. So that after you have shown payment of that, it is then that you can have access to courts as a tenant. You cannot take your landlord to court. You are owing, you are not vacating. And you'll be in court, and when they take the matter to anywhere, they say the matter is in court. Which court? So we continue to use the courts as instrument of oppression, instrument of fraud, and that should not be allowed to go on if that law is eventually passed. So that's one area of investment. Also, your right of appeal. It must be with the leave. If a court gives a judgment, you want to appeal, no problem. You have a right to appeal, but there will be leave to appeal. And the condition to grant leave is equal that you must pay your arrears of rent. You must pay your utility bill up to date, and undertaking to continue to pay your rent in as much as in that premises until your appeal is dismissed or determined. So when we have that, and I think those who are interested in estate will be able to invest more in that area.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, and how many minutes more?
No, no more minutes. No, I'm still going to come back to you.
That's all right.
Because I said 7.5 minutes. I don't want us to...
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable, can we please clap for the Honorable Attorney General, Lawal Pedro? I don't want to tell you the name I call him. It's between both of us. Let me move upper to the Attorney General of Oyo State. What I'm trying to do is still the same topic for you to have your own perspective. But what my learned brother Six said, which I've gotten from him, is people and the law. It is the people and the law. Both of them, they have to work together for us to have resources. And that is how I summarize it. So let's clap for him again, please. So, Honorable Attorney General, Abiodun Aikomo, can you please let me also have your own perspective also on law as business, law as justice? Is it profitable? The ethics and human rights that is associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm particularly grateful to MBA Eti-Osa for this opportunity. Let me start by saying that law is the secret that binds societies together. You cannot have any society without laws. Whatever exists without laws is an animal kingdom where no life can be decently, sustained. So law is at the center of society. But I'm happy that I'm talking to an assembly or assemblage of lawyers, so I can assume so many things here. But I want to take it further. When the Attorney General of Canada was speaking, he spoke the same language that we could relate with. Federalism, constitution, bail. Law is the law. Most of the laws that we have in Nigeria are transferred or adapted from the time of our colonial masters, Statute of Frauds. All these laws, we transfer and use them. But my experience as Attorney General now is that laws can only function to the extent that we have built institutions and culture to sustain it. We have laws in Nigeria, no doubt. But to what extent are those laws operational, and how can they effectively work in our society? I don't want to go to jurisprudence. We have illiberal democracies where there are forms of democracy. You hold regular elections. You have all the trappings of a constitutional democracy, a national assembly where maybe everything goes. You run election cycles that are manipulated legally and institutionally. Now, it is still law, and it looks like the law is working. But how do we then ensure that we get what we deserve as a people? When the Attorney General of Canada was speaking, or when the chairman spoke after him, he offered something that looked like a very good invite to us, that there will be a pathway to ensure that Nigerians now have easy access to relocate to Canada. Something within me as a patriotic Nigerian was bleeding. We should not be excited about these things if we are patriotic. If we want Nigeria to work, we have to speak the truth to ourselves. And I'm happy I'm talking to an assembly of lawyers. This is not talking to market people or people who do not understand their rights. So we have a country, Nigeria, we have constitution that says the welfare of citizens shall be the primary purpose of government. But that constitution, that chapter 2, is non-justiciable. So you cannot go to court to enforce it. But we are here as lawyers. We have so many legal institutions that cannot really be accountable. We have horizontal accountability, we have vertical. Institutions are supposed to be held accountable, freedom of information, open data. Those things are not working. Horizontal accountability is voting, ensuring that people can actually be held accountable every 4 years if they do not deliver, so that we can have new government. We are not committed to all these things as Nigerian Bar Association, as a group of people who are knowledgeable in the law. In the 80s and 90s, the MBA was a force in Nigeria, even during the military era. When the MBA speaks, or when it spoke then, even the military rulers will be guided. Today, what is the focus of the MBA? So I want to open our minds and let us begin to see how to embrace another approach, not the normative approach to law. We have law. Law is this, law is that. We pass laws. For example, a few days ago, the governor of Oyo State passed executive order banning, among other provisions, banning Okada from operating from 10:30 p.m. and 5:30 a.m. It was an interventionist legislation, as it were, because the amount of security information that the governor has is not in the public domain, and it was necessary to take that step. Now, Oyo State is about 10 million people. It's about 28,000 square kilometers. So we have passed the executive order. How do we enforce it? Do we have the necessary institutional capability to ensure that when it is 10 p.m., 11 p.m., no Okada will move on the road? So our focus now should be beyond lawmaking and be beyond and be how we can build the necessary institutions to let the law work. I'm a prosecutor. I go to court every day. I see people commit very heinous crimes, beheading, ritual killing. We find human parts with people. we cannot prosecute them successfully because of the institutional gaps that we have identified. We have administration of criminal justice laws that has mandated that confessional statements should be taken on video, whereas videos are not produced in the different police stations. So no matter how heinous the crime is, we got judgment today. As I was supposed to be in court this morning, I sent someone to court. A very otherwise straightforward case. The judge said, we have not been able to prove our case. That is the Nigerian constitution. Every benefit of doubt is for the accused person. So you have not provided, when you speak to the prosecutors, you pity them because they do not have what it takes to work. We have administration of criminal justice laws that provides that there should not be lay prosecutors. In many states, people in the police who are legal practitioners are very few. You can count them. So how do we prosecute offenses? What kind of system are we building? So I'm throwing this back to us as lawyers. We have to collectively build a system that works. We have the laws, but laws do not have automaticity. Laws do not in themselves implement. And I believe that the NBA can play a very significant role. One, by standing true to our objectives as a group of people. Then, by ensuring that we educate the people around us. Democracy will not be meaningful where people do not even understand the concept of rights. If people do understand the concept of rights, nobody will take 2,000 naira to vote another person to become a billionaire in the next 4 years. So we have to work together to build the system that we desire. If Nigeria will be the country that we desire.
Thank you.
Not all of us can run out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's clap for the Attorney General. You know, I have a watch here. I'm timing everybody. And that's why you see that I'm on the time. I don't want one person to talk more than the other. And they will say the moderator is biased. Please, let's clap for Mr. Ikomo again for that wonderful presentation too. What I will summarize with him, I know that there's a lot happening in Oyo State, is that law should be used as a way of social engineering to sort of nip in the bud so many bad things that happen in our society. And I think that's where issue of human rights and all those comes in. Let me go to Ogun State. It's still the same thing I'm going to ask you, because I want everybody to have, the same perspective in whatever way you want to present it to our audience here today. Law as a business, law as justice. I know from Mr. Lawal Pedro and Mr. Ikomo, they've not really talked about profitability, whether law is actually profitable in our changing society now. I don't know what aspect you want to bring, but the profitability, the ethics, and also the ethics, where we have found ourselves today in Nigeria in law practice and human rights. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, the learner sick. Good afternoon, everyone, and I want to thank the organizer for the opportunity. Now, the learner sick, the Attorney General of Lagos State has mentioned a lot of things concerning the issue of businesses as it relates to law, the opportunity that is available in Lagos State, and also this opportunity are also available in Ogun State also, because Ogun State is the next neighbor to Lagos State, and we pride ourselves by saying that we are the gateway to the nation. So we have borders. We are bordered by Lagos, by Benin Republic, by Oyo State, and somehow by Kwara and Odo State. So there are a lot of opportunities that's available. Now, the AG of Oyo State has also equally talked about the fact that law exists and that we have abundance of laws. But what do we do to ensure that these laws are fully implemented and complied with by the citizens? And when I look at it, I'll say that he also said something about the fact that we are all human, and it's expected that we will comply when a law is made and given to us to run with. Even the animals, they also obey laws, even though we say that they are animals. But if you look at some animals, you will see that they follow certain order in doing things. The Bible says, look at the ants. It says we should look at them and then consider what they do. So in terms of business opportunities, there are lots of business opportunities that are available in the profession, such that we can easily go into them. If you look at it now, these days we have cyber security. We have people that are into technology. I was looking at the various banner that is displayed. I saw some lawyers who are into IT, info, and cyber. So there are a lot of opportunities that are available. However, in terms of ethics, whatever we are doing, we must make sure that we ensure that we follow the due process. We also make sure that the client's lawyer's relationship, the confidence that is there is also carried on. The fact that whatever we are doing, law is, we pride ourselves as being, what we say, we are conservative in nature, but that aspect is gradually fading away because of some of the behaviors that we see in some of our colleagues who, one way or the other, and because they want to make quick money, they go into fraud, defrauding clients. And so all these ethics that we are taught in the law schools and then the profession that we, every time that we go to MBA and the topics are raised bordering on ethics, we must make sure that we comply with them. And then in terms of the rights of the people, the law, yes, the state is powerful. But however, the law is there empowering the state to ensure that the people comply. But even at that, in terms of making people to comply, the officials who are expected to enforce this law must also be held accountable whenever they do things. And that's why I agree with the learned Attorney General of Oyo State that we must build institutions. We must make sure that there's free access to justice, because where there is no access, then of course the justice will be denied to the people that are expected to benefit from the provisions of the law that are given to us. So in a long short, what I'm trying to say is that while we are trying to ensure that we take benefit of the business opportunities that is available in this changing environment, especially Nigeria, we must also make sure that we follow the due process and ethics that is expected of us. We must make sure that in honesty is the best policy, as they always say. So let us be seen as being honest in the discharge of our responsibility and duties to the law. Thank you.
Let's clap for the representative of Attorney General of Ogun State. What I want to summarize with him, which is key and important, is the behavioral pattern of our people. The way we behave affects our way of life. Even when the law is there, our behavior is what is giving us problem. It talks about people trying to make money and trying to get rich. And as lawyers, we should not fall into those pitfalls. Let me go quickly to Attorney General of Ekiti State. You have had your brothers, what they have said. It's still the same topic. I want your own perspective too. And if you can compare it with Canada, with the keynote address that we have had about law as a business, law as justice, profitability, that area of profitability still is the legal profession profitable now, as of today. I want for us to know, and the ethics of it and the human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, the Honorable Attorneys General and the representatives. I also thank the ESCO of Eti-Osa branch. It is not easy to organize a program like this because I've once been in your shoe from 2016 to 2018 as the chairman of Ado-Ekiti branch. I thank you for inviting my Attorney General, and I bring goodwill from him. And whatever I'm saying now is the voice of my Honorable Attorney General. He's unavoidably absent because they are expecting the Vice President of Nigeria in the Ekiti State between now and tomorrow. Thank you, sir. The law is profitability and ethics. Let me start from the meaning of the law. The law, in my humble view, is the system of rules that regulate behavior and resolve disputes. It protects the rights, punishes wrongdoing, and sets limits on government powers. In a democratic society, the rule of law means no one is above the law, including the state officials. If we apply the law as it is, we have a decent society. In my humble view, if we apply the law, strictly speaking, it is profitable. Let me start by giving one example. We have tax laws. We have land use charges. All these laws are for the benefit of the society. And at the long run, the populace will benefit from it. Equally, in legal profession, we have legal practitioners' remuneration order. If we follow this order strictly, lawyers will not be in abject poverty. But what we see today is even the one that will benefit the lawyers, they try to circumvent it. They try to dodge the responsibility, thinking that they are doing good to themselves, but it is not. They are doing harm to themselves, even more than that of the legal profession. So if we apply the law, strictly speaking, we are the one that will benefit most. The state will benefit, and at the end of the day, they will use it for the advantage of everybody, including the indigent people in the society. Let me quickly talk about accountability. In a sane society, leaders must be accountable to the subjects, to the people. By being accountable is by following due process. You follow due process in all what you do, and at the end of the day, you give accounts of whatever you are doing. This one is not limited to the general public alone. It's not limited to government. We can bring it down to the NBA level, Nigerian Bar Association. We can even bring it down to the branch level. How are the branch officers, the branch ESCOs, are accountable to their members? How are they faring well? How are they taking care the interests of their members? I want to give one example. When I was the chairman, on the day of my inauguration, I told the gathering there that in my time I will try as much as possible to reduce all the levies payable by members by 50%. BU, annual dues, law week dues, everything. And that each year that we'll be going to the law bar conference, that the transportation is going to, will be free. And I equally said, every year during our law week, I'll be giving a car, a brand new car, to the best lawyer. People were saying, Mr. Adamla, how are you going to do this? Even some of our members came to me and said, Mr. Adamla, don't forget that some of us are still ready to vie for this position. Don't destroy it for us. What I'm saying in essence is, how are you doing? How are you caring for your members? It is what is applicable at the lower level that is applicable at the toppermost level, be you president or vice president. So I just want to advise us. What you want to happen at the federal level, try to be doing it right from this lowest level. I thank God they achieved all those promises. I thank God. And I knew that people were praying for me. And if you do good, people will be praying for you. And this is what I want us to take home. That let us do good to each and every members of our branch, of our family, of our society. And equally, I want to also talk about the enforceability of this accountability. It is not the duty of lawyers alone. It is not the duty of government alone. In fact, the non-governmental organizations are still doing a lot of things. I read the judgment sometimes last week online. The case was instituted by SERAP against the Senate President, the Speaker of the House of Rep, and the Clerk of the National Assembly against the homologous amount they budgeted for purchasing of vehicles, about 110 billion naira. I thank God the Federal High Court delivered the judgment on the 6th of May this year, nullify all the actions that their deeds contravene the Fiscal Responsibility Act and the due process. In fact, let us emulate SERAP. We can do it on individual basis, on the side of public interest litigation. So we can all develop the community, the state, and the federation at large.
Thank you so much, Representative of Attorney General of Ekiti State. Please, let's clap for him. I think time is really not on our side. And you can see the MC trying to see me and talking to me, so I'll make it quick. In fact, I'm timing everybody, and that's why we've been able to save time. And his conclusion is that we should all play our role in the system to make a better society. Mr. Lema, representing Ondo State Attorney General, what's your perspective on the topic?
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Moderator, distinguished panelists, and members of the MBA Eti-Osa branch, as well as their friends from across Lagos. I can see Ekwe chairman, Ikeja, and all of us, and my own chairman too. I can see my chairman. I recognize each and every one of you, and I apologize first and foremost on behalf of the Attorney General of Ondo State. He's unavoidably absent, and he has asked me to speak on his behalf. Yes, the topic law. My own take is law and order. It presupposes that whatever or wherever there is law, there must be sanity. The question is, how have we seen sanity in the system of our economy and of Nigeria? First and foremost, I want to speak particularly with two references from Ondo State. The first is there was a judgment or a ruling the last 1 week where state officials having in time past been relying on the fact that they are not going to pay penalty. But the High Court in Ondo State ruled that they must also pay because every other person has to be on the same side. That's one. Secondly, there's also an issue that is ravaging the entirety of the maybe Nigeria. This issue of land grabbing. And the Ondo State government has a law, and the law is against land grabbing. 2 of the obas in recent times have been remanded under this order. And that is the essence of the law and order. What? Because law is expected to make everybody to be equal before the law. Because the fact that the state is like, in most times, yes, in time past, the king can do no wrong. But we realize that as far back as 1978, even before the issue of sugar demand and federal government of Nigeria, that has laid to rest the fact that the king can no longer do any wrong. So it means that the king also, even as the state, they must be at the same level with the people. But what we see in recent times is that even as the law has said that everybody must be before the law, must be equal before the law, but sometimes we see that the state wants to make themselves to be above the law. That's first. Secondly, we want to look at the fact that law must also be seen as something that must make people to have money. And that's the reason why we could see the enactment of the remuneration law, like Attorney General of Ekiti State mentioned. It is for the essence of making lawyers to also earn adequate fee so that other persons who intended to come and read law will also know that that profession is profitable to those that are practitioners of those professions. But like he mentioned too, I also raised that concern because as lawyers, we must not breach that particular law for the purpose because you are saying, oh, that person has to be your friend or that person is your family. Let us adhere to that law so that it must be for the profitability of the entire profession. Again, let me speak to one thing, and that cut across the entire nation as well. Parties primaries. I see that the Electoral Act was amended, and the most important system of electing officials was removed, which is the indirect primaries. So what we have is direct primaries, and we have consensus. But most of the consensus with respect to political parties were not something to write home about. And the question is, where's the position of the law? I've not seen anyone approach the court with respect to it. I'm sure in no time, people will approach the law and will now see where the law stands as regards the amended Electoral Act. On that note, on behalf of the Attorney General of Ondo State, I want to commend the Eti-Osa, and particularly my friend, Mr. Obadino, and the entire ESCO for doing a wonderful job in making this law to come to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. I don't want to review again so that time is far spent. Let's round up just one minute for all my panelist members to round up. Mr. Lawal Pedro, what can you allow our people to take home as the Attorney General of Lagos State?
Well, let me just say that as Nigeria continues to evolve, we are developing. Our commitment to the values we have expressed here today. And which values are we talking about? Justice, rule of law, protection of rights, and of course, accountability in governance. Those are the things that will determine the strength of our democracy and the confidence of our citizens in the institution of governance. And rounding up, that we must not also forget to talk about is the recent challenges that seems to be confronting us in the country, and which has demonstrated that a single federal police institution, because all these challenges, whether economy, if you don't have a secure environment, it will not prosper. So a single federal police institution is increasingly overstretched and is unable to adequately respond to the peculiar security needs of our people. The numerous communities that we have in your wards, local government, state, and of course, before you start going to the Federal Capital Territory. So I just support the clamor that we should involve state policing. And the state policing, the way I have couched it, which I intend to send a note on it to the National Assembly in few days' time, is to have a framework for the establishment of a unified federal and state police structure and architecture for Nigeria, designed to address the concerns and apprehension of people who are opposite or opponents of the creation of state police. Thank you.
Please, let's clap for Mr. Lawal Pedro on his final note. Mr. Abiodun Aikomo.
We don't reject
Please,
children.
your final note, sir.
So, thank you. So, prosperity of nations is not in DNA, it's not in culture, it's not in location, it's not in geography. It is in the systems that they have built. Let us build a workable system in Nigeria. The MBA is in a very strategic position to demand accountability from our leaders. If accountability is not demanded as a matter of seriousness, it will not come. So I'm pushing this to the MBA to make it a duty that Nigeria must work, and it is our duty to drive it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Attorney General of Ogun State.
Yes, thank you so much. Finally, in conclusion, I just want us to, like the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Minnesota said concerning the issue of restorative justice, we must make sure that while we build an institution and also have laws in place, we must try as much as possible to make this law with human face, that everything should not be in committer, that must not be incarceration. We must, as much as possible, try to. We have the community service in our law, sentence in our law, but it appears we are not making use of it. We should try as much as possible to go back to that in the administration of criminal justice laws and ensure that we utilize this position such that people who ordinarily should not be in custody, I mean for small, light offenses, they can be made to serve the community through doing some jobs that ordinarily will have been given out, sourced out to some people. But if they are doing it, one, by doing it, they are doing it in a way that the society will see that they have offended, they have committed a wrong, and they are being punished. Also, within themselves, if they are able to do that thing successfully, they will also have a way of saying that, oh, on a particular day, I was the one that did this one. And they, from that way, they will also know that they are also serving their community and contributing to that community.
Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for him. Attorney General of Ekiti.
On a final note, the relationship between the law, the state, and the people in Nigeria is dynamic and evolving. For justice to be both meaningful and sustainable, Nigerian lawyers, judges, policymakers, and citizens must collaborate to strengthen the rule of law, protect the rights, and bolster accountability. Achieving this requires institutional reform, robust civil society engagement, and sustained political will to translate constitutional promises into lived realities. By embracing reforms, nurturing professional ethics, and leveraging transnational best practices without compromising national context, Nigeria can advance toward a more just society where the law serves as a reliable guarantor of rights and a powerful instrument of accountable governance.
Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for him. Attorney General Avondo.
Justice must be seen to have been done, and I also want to recommend that justice must be seen to have been done in every situation, and to fast track this justice system, administration of justice system, a situation where a simple debt matter will go on for years. It is not something that is commendable. We must work on a judicial system that delivers justice to every party who comes before the court. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for my panelists. Please, let's give them a big round of applause for a beautiful job well done. Thank you so much. God bless you. Please, we don't want to waste time. If you are not asking questions, don't stand up. And that's the truth. We don't want any contribution. First line, any question? Any question on this line? No. The middle one, yes. And the last one, just two people. Please give her the... If there's no question, please. We don't want you to say, I wanted to say this and now it's a comment. Please. Yeah. See her here.
Good afternoon, my Lord Present and the learned SCN.
And if you have a direct person you want to answer the question, you can say it. Okay. If you are directing your question
to... Attorney General to the Lagos State.
Okay, to the Lagos State. Okay.
Yes. So my name is Kemi Ogunaike, Eti-Osa branch. In situations where lawyers are now so scared to go about their lawful practices as lawyers because of the situations in the country, in the situations where lawyers are now so scared to probably sue, to bring their clients to court, maybe a very, very violent and unruly tenant in tenants and landlords matters. In what way could you just talk to us to let us still see law as an instrument to protect lawyers?
Thank you.
So that there could be profitability.
Thank you so much.
Thank
the
you.
Second question? She's there. Yeah. No. We've passed that. It's just two people.
All right. Thank you for the...
And tell us who you are directing your question to, if you have a particular person.
I'm directing my questions to all the Attorney Generals
of
the state.
Okay.
Yes. My name is Deborah Oluyemisi Collins. I have the privilege of accompanying my Attorney General from Oyo State to so I'm from Ibadan branch. My question is, while I saw the topic for this panel, is talking about the state, the law, and the people, justice, rights, and accountability in a changing Nigeria. The word that actually hits me is that accountability. The thing is, if we are to go home from here, and we will not have come here, sitting to just listen to rhetorics. You know, I know about justice. If you ask me to talk about it, I know about rights. I can, you know, if you leave jurisprudence.
Madam, sorry, you are still going. You are not adhering to my rule.
The question I'm going to.
Yes, exactly. I want you to go straight to the question.
Yes, with the word accountability, sir, there must be something that, you know, as lawyers that we don't know is what we call justice audit, because with accountability comes audit, you know, auditing of justice, auditing of rights. How much of that auditing do our the Attorney Generals and the Commissioner of Justice do in their respective states? Because we have all the institutions, we have them having policies, we have, so many reforms, a lot of
We've
reforms.
gotten the question.
So how much of that
audit
do we do?
Thank you so much.
So that we don't just come here and just listen to
Thank you
all
so
this.
much.
We can also
Thank you. We've gotten the question. What I'm going to do, we don't have time. The first question is directed at the Attorney General of Lagos. Because I don't want Mr. Aikomo to be biased, so I won't ask him to answer from Oyo. I will ask the... No. So I will ask the... That's why you no answer, because what you are going to say will not be palatable. So I will ask the Attorney General, the representative of Attorney General from Ekiti to answer that question. So, Mr. Lawal Pedro.
Well, thank you very much. Thank God I can say without any fear of contradiction that Lagos is safe, okay? Not because of anything, but what we have put in place in Lagos, apart from our security trust fund, the architecture of the security system in Lagos is it's good enough, but you can't rule out isolated incidents that can happen anywhere. Even the White House, you could see somebody trying to shoot. But Lagos relatively is safe. But for lawyers to be able to access court, there shouldn't be any problem. But with the cantankerous tenants that can go, the bill in the House of Assembly now is hoping and praying that before the end of the year is passed into law. And I'm very sure if it is passed today, Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu will be ready to assent to it immediately for effective implementation. It will take care of that, either the landlord or tenant who resort to self-help, intimidation. The provisions of the law is there to take care of those situations. So that is it. Thank you very much. But let me help. You see, what you're asking for is right, but taking the lead from Lagos is not only Ministry of Justice. We have what we refer to as press briefing every year. And that's where you will see the accountability of the State Ministry of Justice. How much we have been able to save the government on civil litigation, how many people have been able to go through restorative justice last year and this year. How many people have we been able to free by prerogative of mercy? How many people have been able to access our plea bargain? They are all there. And I think that's the process in which you can use. And today in Lagos, I can tell you, with the Lagos Criminal Information System, nobody that have contact with our courts, either magistrate court or high court, that we don't have the data, we don't have the biometric, so you cannot hide anywhere. So there's development going on as far as Lagos is concerned. So accountability is high. Thank you.
That Mr. Pedro did not allow me to grab the microphone, and anybody in charge of microphone is the Oga. So no problem, sir. But I mean, he has given a very good answer. But I'll still allow the Attorney General of Attorney General of Ekiti just in 2 minutes or 1 minute to answer that. Yes.
Just to add to what the Honorable Attorney General Lagos State has just said, accountability is very, very key to our day-to-day activities. And it is not, as I have said before, it is not limited to the federal or to the state. It extends to on individual basis. We should take it as serious as any other thing. In the Ekiti State, for example, the Ministry of Justice has something that we call a report of annual activities. It is always in a booklet and with a copy here. On yearly basis, the Ekiti State government was inaugurated on the 16th of October, and the annual report of activities starts from 17th and ends on the 16th of the following October. So on annual basis, this booklet is being produced and the general public has access to it. Any information you want to get about the State Ministry of Justice, we find it there. The number of cases in court, you get it there. The number of convicts, the number of judgments on civil, you get everything there. The money that we have saved, the state government, like that of the Lagos State Ministry of Justice, you get everything there. And the number of lawyers, even the contact of lawyers in the Ministry of Justice, everything is contained in this paper. I will drop a copy for the chairman.
Thank you so much, sir.
Eti-Osa
Thank you so
branch.
much. Please,
Thank
let's
you.
clap for our members of panel. We have come to the end of the session, and I would hand over to the MC to continue with the program. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody, for. Thank you so much.
Please be seated so that we can keep you seated. Yeah? Yes, we want to thank you first. Thank you. Thank you so much for. Thank you so much for this fantastic discourse. It's been wonderful having you speak to us on this issue. The AG of Lagos, thank you for pointing out the several steps being taken by Lagos State in ensuring that businesses thrive in Lagos State, especially the tenancy issue. That's a fantastic one. Thank you so much. The AG of Oyo, you've also done very well, and thank you so much for pointing out that the bar has a role to play in ensuring accountability, and also of reminding us that the prosperity of nations is not in their DNA, but in working systems. Thank you so much, AG of Ogun State, for reminding us of our duties as lawyers. Thank you so much, AG Ekiti, for reminding us that if we apply the law as it is, we will have a very sane society. And whatever we want at the federal level, we should do it within our own small sphere. Thank you, AG Ondo, for your intervention and for telling us what has been going on in Ondo to make sure that the people are at par with the state. And I believe that most of us are happy with the judgment on the states paying penalty. So maybe you may also avail us with that judgment so that other people can insist that that should happen in their own state. So thank you so much. A round of applause for this wonderful panel. We'll be taking group photographs immediately, but before we do that, I'll be inviting Learned Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Andrew Malgui, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to come and thank this panel for this wonderful discourse in some few minutes, and then we'll take some photo sessions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This responsibility is a big one because it's a very heavyweight panel. I know the day is well spent, and I know all of us have gained from this session. I have personally, although I have so many questions for the Attorney Generals, but I've kept them until when the one for criminal administration comes up. Yes, on behalf of the MBA Eti-Osa branch, and on behalf of members of the bar here present, I seize this opportunity to say a very big thank you to all the members of this wonderful panel. Thank you for taking your time out. Thank you for traveling from far and wide to come. Thank you for leaving all that you have doing. And we hope you go back to your various destinations safely. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. We'll now be urging that we please step down. Okay. For the group photograph.
As I promised, sir, I want to present the annual report of activities of the State Ministry of Justice, a copy of the booklet to the chairman, Eti-Osa branch.
Thank you. So please, can we make our way down to so that we can take the pictures? Please, let's be very fast. We can go into the next segment, or the last segment of today's proceedings. Thank you. Members of ESCO, please join. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will immediately go into the next or the last segment of today's proceedings. And one of the things that you must have noticed was that when the Attorney General of Oyo State was making his comments, he always kept referring to the Nigerian Bar Association and its leadership. And he kept saying that the Nigerian Bar Association owes a duty to members of the bar and also the society. And this afternoon, we'll try to interrogate the topic, Leading the Bar, Reflections, Lessons, and the Future of the Legal Profession in Lagos State. And to make this discussion, we'll be inviting the various chairmen of the various branches of the Nigerian Bar Association who are here with us today so that they can have this discourse and then tell us what the bar can actually do in making sure that the society is a much more sane society. And so without wasting much of our time, may I invite to the podium the chairman of Ikorodu branch. I don't know whether she's still around, but I can see her. The chairman. Okay, while we're waiting for the chairman of Ikorodu branch, the chairman of Bear branch, are you here? Okay, may I invite, as I can see him, the chairman of Ikeja branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Adeni Quadri. Please make your way. A round of applause for him, the chairman of Ikeja branch. Please keep clapping very well for him while he makes his way to this podium. If you know Ikeja branch very well, you will know it is not easy to lead Ikeja branch. There, once you mess up, they will deal with your issues immediately. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for being here with us today. We also have the chairman of Lagos branch, who is here with us today, my dear sister Uche Ogunedo Akimbade. Please put your hands together for her. We are talking about women leading we're talking about women leading the space and leading, and we can see one that is here with us, very young, articulate, and always smiling too. Please, another round of applause for the Lagos branch chairman. I can see the chairman of FEBE is now here. May I invite to the podium Saliu Jimo, the chairman of FEBE branch. Please keep clapping for him. Clap very well now. Are you hungry? Are we hungry? Don't worry, we'll soon go and eat. Please, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for being here with us. I believe that this discussion will be a very explosive one. A while ago, I called the chairman of Ikorodu branch, and she's back here. Please, a round of applause for Olawumi Adeola, the chairman of Ikorodu branch, as she makes her way to join us in this discussion. And finally, the last but not the least, we have the home chairman, the host chairman, the chairman of Eti-Osa branch that has been making waves, Olarewaju Obadina, the chairman of Eti-Osa branch. Please join them for this discussion. And to moderate this session is my Oga at the top. He's a former general secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. A shoe I want to wear, and I'm praying God that I wear the shoe. May I invite the chairman, the former general secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, my Ebo Adesina Adebite. Yes, so amen. Please, a round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. The day is already fast spent. We had wonderful discussions after discussions, but I believe that this is actually the core of whatever we're going to discuss today. Because whenever I attend Law Weeks, I remind them that we should have action points. And I believe that our discussion this afternoon will be more of action points. What can the NBA do in all these things? Because we have a duty to the bar, our members, and a duty to the society. So I will hand over to the former General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association to lead this discourse, leading the bar, reflections, lessons, and the future of the legal profession in Lagos State. Thank you very much, and let's have a wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother in whom I'm well pleased. And I can only pray that as you wish, may God answer your prayers. Amen. Good afternoon, everyone. Is everybody sleeping? Am I greeting myself? Good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm speaking to audience. I must say this from the outset, that I'm highly impressed with this Law Week, and particularly these sessions that I've been part of today. I spoke with my friend and brother over the weekend. In actual fact, this assignment was given to me just over the weekend. And I was a bit concerned for him because of, number one, the number of the membership of the branch that I am familiar with. Then number two, the times that we are, knowing that a lot of people take, serious attention, pay less serious attention to matters of academics. They would rather look or chase money at this point in time. But we had a very impressive attendance. When I came in, it goes to show that a whole lot of work has been done by the committee and, of course, by the chairman of the branch. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for what you are doing for the branch. Thank you for the executive of the branch for your service to the branch. And I say thank you to all members of Eti-Osa branch that have been supportive of the branch. I would say this is my first, of course, I think this is actually the second law week anyway, but this is my first participation in the law week of this branch that happens to be my own baby. And for those who know the history of this branch will know that this is my baby, and I have no reason not to be here. I will not go into details of how this branch was formed, but those who know that this branch was something that came to be by virtue of a communication I have with the then SY chairman and the current chairman. May the soul of our founding chairman rest in peace. And within 48 hours of that conversation, the need for this branch to be created was tabled before the NEC. And within that 48 hours, this branch was approved for creation. And to the glory of God, a branch that is actually very young, not just young, very young, is doing wonderfully well. So I'm happy to be part of this epoch-making event. And I'm happy that this kind of session was created to talk to ourselves, especially the leaders of the bar in Lagos. What exactly is it that ordinarily motivated us to aspire to lead the bar? And what should we do differently to make the bar better? And of course, that is why the title of the session is Leading the Bar: Reflections, Lessons, and the Future of the Legal Profession in Nigeria. That's why I may be asking similar questions from the panel, who are all branch chairmen. I think the only branch that is not here is that of Badagry. Sulere and Badagry. So to have actually brought together 6 out of 8, so 5 out of 7 is quite impressive. I think those who are here will do justice to the topic. You know, leadership is not just a position. Leadership is a call for service. Leadership is a matter of responsibility. And leadership is about displaying utmost discipline, honesty, and diligence. If you do not have these attributes, you cannot be a leader. You must be a diligent leader. You must be very committed to service, and you must be dispassionate. You must be honest as a leader. And I would like to ask my colleagues who are chairmen of branches in Lagos a few questions. Number one question that I will ask everybody on this panel is for them to share their journey to becoming the branch chair. And I will start from my extreme right. Describe your journey. What inspired you to want to become the chairman, and how was the journey becoming the chairman of Ekpe branch?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The learned six in the house. Your Honor, Magistrate Dr. Ojosiem Eti-Osa, thank you so much for coming, ma. I extend the greetings to every member of the bar here present and our aspiring bar members. My learned chairman, thank you so much for honoring the call of our own Larry Obadina. I must commend Larry too for a job well done. When I got here today, I was more than surprised. I'm not that too surprised because I know his quality. He's a person that loves perfection. He's perfect, himself is perfect, and anything he wants to do, you ensure that he put everything to it to make it work. Thank you so much for being with you. The journey to the bar, to the chairman of the MBA, is not a very straight one. I moved to Ibejuleki sometime in 2005 to be living as resident. I have one small bungalow that I rushly built after I was called to bar. I moved there. From there, I was shuttling from there to Lagos. My office was in Lagos Island. So when it got to 2010, Prince A.S. Abimbola said, this boy, you will kill yourself young. How can you be taking that route every now and then? Because of this, and traffic then, it can take you 3 hours to get from Ekpe, from Lakowe to Lagos. When coming back, you spend another 4 or 5 hours. So he now said, why don't you move down to Ekpe? So I said, well, okay, I will give it a shot. Then he has opened his chamber there. One evening he called me that he wants to go to Ekpe and see, since there's an high court there now, to see what we can do about it. When we got there, we met a banner. The governor of the state, the governor then wanted to come to visit the area. So there was a banner put there by, we just saw MBA. MBA here? How? What happened? We now approach the man that put there. We called the man Baba Ogunlaja. He just said he just did it just to show that lawyers are here, that he doesn't even know that it is not even legal to call it MBA branch. I say, it is unlawful, it is illegal. We now pull it down that the best you can call it MBA forum, but you cannot call it MBA branch. So there and then, I don't know the miracle that happened. Mr. Nurok Bara and the host of the good people in Ikorodu, they approached Abimbola that it is possible for your branch, for this a branch that you are dreaming of to happen. And by the special grace of God, at Benin, in 10 years ago, it did happen. So anytime I see the current chairman of the MB Ikorodu, I always call her my mother, because they are the one that gave birth to Ekpe branch. Prior to becoming the chairman, I was in Lagos branch. I served as member of a Human Rights Committee. Thereafter, when I moved to Ekpe, I started with the PRO. After we were licensed at Benin. So I became the PRO. Thereafter, about 2 or 3 or 4 years later, I later became secretary. Then when the opportunity came in 2004, I was pushed forward that since I have served the bar diligently, I should become the chairman. That was the role so far. I thank you, sir. 2024, sir.
Thank you, my brother Jimo. Okay, let's move to the share Lagos. What will be what you can share with us as what inspired your journey to becoming the share Lagos branch?
Well, my chairmanship of Lagos branch was highly unexpected by me. That's the most unplanned decision in my adult life. And I'm a planner. I plan, and I take steps to execute my plans. My journey started 2023, I would say. Yes. First things first. Started serving on the branch in different committees, starting from the Law Week Planning Committee, similar to this. And after that Law Week Planning Committee, BC Makanjola, the immediate past chairman of MBA Lagos branch, after he had won the election, approached me and said he wanted to co-opt me into his exco. I found that surprising because It's not like I campaigned for him or I was involved in the political process that got him in. But BC and I met in court sometime in 2016 and kind of worked on the matter together. And he and his partner tried to poach me to work at Olaniwun Ajayi, and I declined. And BC said after I declined, I stuck in his head that who declines Olaniwun Ajayi. But I declined because I just started raising a family. And the way I started practicing in an independent way. So adjusting to regular 9 to 5 with just starting a family, I knew that was not going to work. Fast forward maybe some years later, I saw BC at a branch meeting, said hello to him. After that, I heard he was running for chair. He won, and he said he wanted to co-opt me. I said, why do you want to co-opt me? He said, I remember how well you conducted the matter you did, and you know, you've stuck in my head as somebody who can do things. I thought about it, and I said, okay, no problem. And I was co-opted into that exco, and I'm speaking plainly. I was co-opted into that exco. Apparently, him and OBD, your chair, had some discussions. Shortly after, maybe September, BC calls me and says, Uchenna, I think I've thought about it. Part of the hallmark of a good leader is effective succession planning and thinking about who will succeed me. I think you'll be a good fit for chairman. And I said, from where to where? I'm just coming on board, doing this one, and then this. And I'll tell you, from my university days, a lot of people would ask me, are you going to go into politics? And I always say no. But if I'm appointed to do something, I would do it well. So I've always been a creature of service. You always find me doing something in any space. So at this point in time, it became the MBA. And BC said, think about it and come back to me. And I thought and prayed about it for 3 months. And I got back to him and said, okay, how are we going to do this? I don't like politics. I don't know how to go about it. Yes, I like people, but I want to like you on my own terms. I don't want to like you because I want you to vote for me. And said, just start, put yourself out there, and that was it. And from the day I made up my mind that I was going to run for chairman, at every event, everybody that I met, I told them that I was running for chairman of the MBA Lagos branch. But what even led me to accept that proposition? Like I said, I'm a creature of service. I'm a fixer. I'm an organizer. It comes to me naturally. So I thought, and also in the course of me praying and reflecting, will I say because I do not like politics, then these gifts that I know that God has given to me, I would stifle them because I don't like the process? For every why I asked, every why not, I tried to give myself, there were more whys. So I thought about it and decided to throw my heart into the race. So the reason for me, I could talk some more about it, but I'll just summarize it by saying the reason for me throwing my heart into the race is because I'm a creature of service. I believe in contributing my own quota in any space that I find myself. And I knew that I had a lot to give to the bar. And that was why, despite being uncomfortable about the process of getting to chairman, I broke out of that comfort zone and threw myself into the process of getting elected. And I've also thrown myself into the process of trying to serve my branch, my members, as best as I can.
Thank you very much for sharing that journey with us. You observe that I didn't time them. It's deliberate because we're asking them to share their journey. And this is a very, very important session. This is a session that we must all learn from. And I must, without being biased, say that when I heard about Uchenna's intention to be chair, because she didn't tell me initially, but I got to know about it from other sources before she later spoke with me, I was amazed myself, because I know that she was still quite new as far as the service and being active rather in MBA was concerned. But within the very short time that I got to know her in MBA, I saw a very, very active person, and I was wondering, who is this lady? So when I was told that she wants to be chair, I was also shocked. What? Within that short time? But you know what? There is nothing that can really stop a moving force. Once you put your mind on your focus on something, achieving a goal, and you walk towards it, nothing can stop you. And that's exactly the story. And I must congratulate you once again for becoming the very first female chair of Lagos branch. And that came at a time that we had a very, very populous Lagos branch, the most populous branch in Nigeria. I'm not being biased here because I'm actually a member of the Kenya branch. So I'm now coming to the share, my own share, who I know a bit of his journey, but he still has to answer to that question so that you can all hear him. Please tell us your journey to becoming the share MBA Kenya branch.
The chairman of our panel. Yes, I actually want to appreciate MBA Eti-Osa for convening this sort of conversation. I think it's novel and remarkable and commendable. Well done, Mr. Chairman. The truth of the matter is that just like the immediate past speaker has said, the chairman of Lagos, like 3, 4, 5 years ago, it would be practically impossible for me to even conceive of the idea of being chairman. I'm a very private person. I just like to operate behind the scene and all that. Probably, maybe I'll even call myself shy. And but I've started, anytime I'm called to come and serve, I always want to do it and do it properly with distinction. And so it got to a point, everybody knows there was crisis in my branch. And it was not a very good thing to go to some meetings and it was difficult to identify the kind of gathering that you were in. And so some of us began to moan on the side, and then one day we said, these people presiding over our affairs, they have blood, just like we have blood in our system. Let us gather together and take this power and set a roadmap. That's why he's telling you that he knows the story, because he was part and parcel of that journey. We drew a roadmap of accountability. We already had a precedent or a history of vibrancy and struggle and all that. We thought we should balance that with the pockets of our members in terms of welfareism and accountability. So everything, every money that we are spending, everybody sees it and all that. And so I became like the coordinator of that group. I was in the background coordinating, we were identifying our members, and then we were contesting the election. I think we won 2 streams of election, like all 20 seats, I think we won 19. So when it got to 2024, I was saying, who are we going to put forward and all that? Even me, I was like, we're having all these arguments and all that. And then sometimes somebody called me and said, me, chairman, I said, are you guys joking? I started laughing like the woman in the Bible that laughed when he said she was going to have a baby. And I said, please, that's not me. Particularly because I had one leg here, I had one leg elsewhere and all that. So one day I was watching Arsenal, and we were playing football, we were playing Liverpool and all that. And this man was called, my phone was ringing, I wasn't picking it. Why is this man, why would you call me when Arsenal is playing? And he now called and said, guy, you are going to be the chairman and all. And I left the place. I said, what? And so I was kind of conflicted and all that. And he was always, if anybody knows EE, he and additional Gulano, they kept coming back and all that. And so when I now looked at the people, the area of people that were contesting, I said, no, I can do better than all these people. In terms of actualizing that roadmap that we had drawn, I can do better. And that there started my job. So I had to, in fact, the way they spoke to me, they spoke to me like they were speaking to one small boy and all that. So I had to go and sit down and recalibrated that. Okay, I'm no longer, like before, if you called me at 8, 9 in the night, I won't pick your call. You call me on a Saturday, not me. I had to recalibrate. So you call me 12 midnight now, picking calls. Functions on Saturday, I'm there. Sunday, I'm there. Today, if I told you what I had to do to get here, because I'd committed to be here, and so there goes my story as to how I became chairman, and the rest is history.
Thank you so much. Is your mic working there? So you see why I said I know the story, so I wouldn't want to talk about it. But before the next speaker speaks, it's also a thing of joy that in Lagos today, we have made history within the last 1 year, in the last 3 years and now. The first female chairperson of Ikorodu branch is the next person to speak. The first female chairperson of Lagos branch had spoken just a moment ago. And I also understand that back to back, for the first time in history of Lagos, and probably any branch in Nigeria, we are going to have a back-to-back female chair. Another successor to the MBA Ikorodu chair has been elected, and it's a female. So on that note, I invite the chair, Ikorodu branch, to address us on our journey to becoming the chair.
Thank you very much, sir. I'll stand on the existing protocols, and I would also like to acknowledge my boss, Mr. Adeshina Adekwite. When I served as the secretary of the MBA Ikorodu branch, he was the general secretary of the MBA, and we did enjoy a very cordial and good working relationship. So I say thank you to you, sir, and thank you for making it easier. So how did I start? In all honesty, I didn't set out to become a leader of the bar. I was working on the island, and I got to know that there was a branch in Ikorodu. So I joined the branch. I didn't even know what the MBA was all about. I was just a year post call. But I needed an escape from work sometimes, and I needed to use something as an escape. So every first Monday, I simply tell my boss, I need to go now, but taking attendance. Everything they tell me is what I say to him. And good for me. My boss is not really an MBA person, he's an IBA person. One day he said, what are you always going to look for in this MBA, Seth? You're not doing anything. The Nigerian Bar Association, you'll just be meeting, you'll be doing this. He castigated and said all the things that he could say. I then asked him, I said, do you attend meetings? He said, no. I said, you attend IBA. You have never for once said, well, let's go to the one that they are doing something tangible. Let me go to the one that we are not doing anything and see for myself and make out of it whatever I choose. Then I joined the bar, but the interesting thing was I was just interested, not for anything in particular. We sat at meetings, we heard everything they have to say, we leave. But anytime they asked us to come together for a program or a seminar or something like that, I find a reason to be in attendance. Then one day someone gave me an opportunity and said, I need you to do something for us. I was excited. I was excited because I love to volunteer. Not just within the bar, even outside the bar. Just tell me that there's something going on somewhere, a t-shirt and a cap, we are there. So it was something that I grew up with already. So we did it, it was very stressful. And that year I told myself, it was a law week, 2017 to be precise. It was very stressful, and I told myself, after this, no more. And the following year, I was appointed the chairman of the Young Lawyers Forum, against my wish. I love to work, but you see that leadership thing, I believe is just too political. So I didn't really want to put myself in that situation where I have to, seek favors from people. I just didn't want it at all. Let me just volunteer, do the job, help you build whatever it is that you're trying to build. Let's achieve things together and walk away. But my boss then, the chairman of the branch, Mr. Akilade, is a very unique individual. Absolutely unique and wonderful too. You know what he did for me? He simply sets me up. He will not tell you what to do. He will give you the responsibility of telling him what you need to do. And that year, I was shocked when he told me to roll out a 2-year calendar for the forum. I was asking, I said 2 years. Let's take it bit by bit. Because when you roll out a calendar and you publish it, it means that you have to accomplish whatever it is you set out in the calendar. He said, I give you 2 weeks. If I don't get a report within 2 weeks, you will hear from me. Sincerely speaking, I had to, because I know I will hear from him. So I had to sit down and start putting things together. And I went back to him. I said, please give me more time. I need to reach out to some people to confirm if they will be available for things like this. Then he gave me more opportunity. And you know what he did to me that year? Every time there's an opportunity to go out there and meet people, do programs and some initiatives, he will say, oh yeah, go. The very day he asked me to represent him, I said, what am I going to say there? Do I know what you are going to do there? I said, when you get there, you will know what to say. And I actually went there, and I said what I had to say, and I went back to him. He said, yes, that is how to start. You start, you never know what you can do until you start. So I did so much, and from that year, I realized there was really no hiding place for me. Even despite what we tried to achieve that particular year, I still tried to lay back, telling myself I can help other people succeed. I just love volunteering. I said, let me do it. I think it gives me better peace if I just do something. And I convinced myself it was for the collective good of all. And I was doing that. So some elders met me one day and said, Olaomi, if you accept to run for any office in this branch that is lesser than the office of the secretary, after that outstanding performance as YLF chair, you would have cheated yourself. And you would also have disappointed us because we have watched you. And we know that there is potential in you. I said, me too, I know. But allow me keep doing whatever it is I have to do. Must I go run for any office? Lo and behold, I served in virtually all the committees in the branch. It doesn't matter if I belong to the political team, whatever. If any chairman emerged, they just wanted this girl to work for them. At some point, even for the person that, well, maybe for some political reasons in the branch, actually made me the secretary of all the strategic committees in the branch. Not for anything else, just help me succeed. That was what he wanted me to do for him. And I did. I did. Until someone met me and said, we have had enough. Oh yeah, come and do it. We need you in the arms of affairs, not working and making things happen for people. Believe me, we will benefit much more from you. And that year, I picked up my form, I beg your pardon, to run for the office of secretary, and I succeeded. I said, wow, I have done what you want me to do. So can I take a break now? And a year into the office, the committee of chairmen, like all of them together, they started talking to each other and said, I hope you know that we should not allow this girl go and sit down. Because if you leave it up to her, she's not going to get anything done. She's not going to pick up any form. They decided reaching out through friends, contacts. At some point, it was like I was avoiding to go to the offices of some of my leaders. our elders, because each time I get there, this topic must certainly come up for discussion. So I usually go with company. And despite that, it still didn't work out because they still brought up the issue. At the end of the day, I decided to give it, I said, okay, let me just do this. Perhaps if I try it, whether I merge or not, they will let me be. I will not have offended anybody that way. But along the line, in that race, it no longer became what they wanted me to do. It now became what I actually wanted to do. Because I had the motivation to do more. Because I realized that there are certain things that might be difficult to achieve when you're not in the arms of affair. You can dictate how you want things to go. You can dictate what you actually want to. We have been working, it's usually a teamwork. Leadership is never a solo game. It has never been. Because a baton has to be passed, institutions have to be built, and it has to be sustained. And one of the things I told myself is if we keep complaining that we don't like the things that we see, and we don't seize the opportunities when the opportunities arises, then we have no right to complain. Because it is only when you have like minds, people who are interested in genuine service, who are interested in actually seeing changes, that is when we discover that we can build on what somebody else has done, and we take it to a better level with the hope that somebody else will take it up from that point, and from there, the bar becomes a better place. So that's basically my journey within Lagos, and it has been an interesting one for me. And I've been privileged to work alongside all these wonderful chairmen in Lagos State.
Thank you very much. I think this deserves a round of applause. Now to a man that I believe everybody in Eti-Osa branch knows his journey to becoming the chairman. Because he's an accidental chairman. Even though he probably was not in the ambition of becoming chairman later. But that, responsibility came much earlier. So, our chair, the man of the moment, can you please tell us how your journey to becoming chairman looks like?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and my dear brother. I sincerely appreciate all my other colleagues from different branches to have come to grace this occasion. In 2008, at the Abuja AGC, held at the International Conference Center under the leadership of Olisa Agbakoba, was the day I lost interest in anything that has to do with MBA activities. Then I was working in Rikitafa & Co., and I was fortunate to be part of those whom the office sponsored from Lagos to attend the AGC in Abuja. And I wondered that after paying so much that year for the AGC attendance, all the conference materials that was listed were not given, and a lot of logistics issue came up, and I just considered it a sheer waste of time and resources. And ever since then, I stopped participating in anything that has to do with MBA. I just continue with my practice. Until 2016, when a senior member of the bar who retired from Chevron, Professor Kasim Momodu Kasim, he happens to be my friend. He's a friend of Professor Yemi Oshibajo, and we are very close. He comes to my house, I go to his house, we live in the same neighborhood. He just said to me that, Lanre, I've studied you very well. You should be a leader in the Nigerian Bar Association. Those people I used to see parading themselves don't have your capacity. That why are you laying back? I now reiterated that story of 2008. And he said I should not let that disturb me, that I should take interest in bar activism. Courtesy Ibrahim Lawal, the current MBA chairman of Ibadan, he was able to introduce me to one man called Muritala Abdurrashid SAN, More, whom we refer to now as the leader of our political dynasty, where Adegbite and my humble self were being groomed together. So that year, we traversed the entire country campaigning for A.B. Mahmoud, and Adegbite also was contesting for welfare officer that year. And he ended up having the highest vote in the issue of MBAs at that time, even more than the president. and he became the welfare officer of the Nigerian Bar Association. So when 2018 was beckoning here in Lagos at AGC 2017, the same Muritala Abdul Rashid, Olagunju, the secretary, Are Olagunju, Saka Olagunju, here in this Oriental Hotel, I was privileged because of Mure being the entourage of the MBA national president. I was accommodated here for the AGC in Lagos. So they now called me that you are here in Lekki, you have your office. Try and rally around lawyers within Lekki. Let's create a branch so that administration can be spread to your side. And that was how I created a platform to form Lekki Lawyer Forum as at that time. So while I was at that, we used the platform to campaign for Paul Usoro to become the MBA national president. I was one of the Western coordinator. We go around the entire country for Paul Usoro. And at a point, they realized that the effect is lacking in Ekpe, and they now seconded me to Ekpe. I pulled out my membership from Lagos. I went to register with Ekpe branch, and that was how I met Jimon Saliu at Ekpe. We organized a very befitting program there to bring Paul Usoro around, and the then chairman saw this. He begged Jimon to tell me to stay back there so that I can become their publicity secretary, and Jimon will become the secretary. But I know that my mission there was just for the election year. So immediately after the election was conducted, I returned back to Lagos where I belong, and I continue my enterprise. While in Lagos, in 2020, after the election of Olumide Akpata, I beckoned the then chairman of MBA Lagos, Ike Nwana, SAN. I told him that, look at the list of people contesting for MBA president chairman in Lagos. You have a better pedigree than these individuals. Contest. I am warming up to be the chairman of Lagos in the next election. He said he's not contesting due to some issues that he noticed because he campaigned for Akpata, why he believed that most of us in Ajibade's camp will work against him. And I said, it won't happen. I will support you. I'm the deputy campaign coordinator for Ajibade. I will support you. And that was how he emerged as the chairman of MBA Lagos. He now invited me to come and serve with the administration as alternate chairman of the Human Rights Committee. And during that time, I'm somebody that is very intentional. Like those who know me have said, if any assignment is given to me, I always love to do my very best of it. And that particular year that I was alternate chair in Lagos, for the first time in the history of that institution, I was able to organize a summit between the Nigerian police in the Southwest and the Human Rights Committee of MBA Lagos at the instance of AIG Adeleke. Police will require you to bring money, but because of the initiative and how I approached the AIG, he organized the program himself and summoned all the police formation within Ogun and Lagos State to come and be part of that summit. We have 70 police officers in attendance, and it was a huge success that year. So the next year, when the election cycle came in 2023, Bisima Konjola emerged as the MBA chairman. He did not only appointed me to retain the seat as the alternate chair for the second time, which has never happened in Lagos, for someone to be alternate chair of Human Rights Committee back to back. He co-opted me into the MBA Lagos as an executive. And on the day of our inauguration, I was sitting with my co-opted executive in person of Mrs. Uchenna Akingbade. We were on that bench without nursing any ambition to be anything again as far as MBA politics is concerned. Then came the interest in creating a Eti-Osa branch. We've been at it for a very long time. Don't forget that I was given a mandate and I set up a Lekki Forum. I met Mr. Sani at Ilorin NEC meeting. I was appointed a NEC member by Paul Usoro that year. So we met at that NEC meeting, and Abiye Tam George introduced Mr. Sani to me, that he is the chairman of Eti-Osa Lawyers Forum. I now told him that I also have Lekki Lawyers Forum that I'm being coordinated, and that there's no purpose for us duplicating function. Let's form a synergy and become one. I liquidated my platform and joined his. And that was the platform the other guy, Dr. Hassan, translated into Eti-Osa Bar Forum, because I left the platform to join Sunny, despite the fact that I was the one that created that. So while I was with Sunny, we started pushing for MBA Eti-Osa branch. So one day, my Lord Justice Kasim Alugba came to Eti-Osa Judicial Division for inspection. Justice Oshio Yefes of blessed memory asked for somebody from the MBA to come around to come and address the CJ, and I was called upon. I think I went with Mr. Gabriel Peter Inlenwa. Then he was the Assistant Secretary to the blessed memory, Mr. Abioye Akirele. On getting there, they actually pushed me into the library that talked to CJ, let them create a judicial division, and I took the floor and I gave good reasons why the judicial division should be created. And my Lord CJ promised us that that would be his first assignment come 1st of March 2023. And we were very happy that it's going to happen. I informed the branch chair and the forum chairman at that time, Mr. MMA Sani, and we went to the CJ office to appreciate him for giving us that promise. But unfortunately, the judicial division did not come. I contacted my friend, Adegbite, who had later became the General Secretary National, that you have to help us. We need a judicial division to make this place a branch. Help us on this. And he went to talk to CJ, and he called me the day I was with the CJ that, is there a way that one of you can come? I said, I'm not in the country. He said, okay. I called Mr. Sani, and I think they went together to see the CJ. At the end of the day, the branch was created, the judicial division was created. Upon the creation of the judicial division, the other party that was holding to the forum I created was also using it to press the national to make them a substantive branch. Unknown to Mr. Sani and us in Eti-Osa Lawyers Forum, they have submitted letter that is contradicting our own letter. And the NBA National made up their mind that rather than assign this membership, this branch to either of these two groups, let us raise the case because there will be conflict if it was created. And posterity took me to Ibadan to attend the special court session for late Governor of Ondo State in person of Akeredolu SCN, Rotimi Akeredolu SCN. And after this session, we converged at a place, a restaurant where we went to enjoy the delicacy in Ibadan. So I was sitting right beside Adegbite and YC Mikel, the then president. And I told the two of them that I can't have you at the end of affair. Let us seek, I work with you when you were contesting, and you promised me that you will help us on this. Now we have not been able to achieve anything. He said, talk to your friend. That's Adegbite, he's my general secretary. He controls the neck. And I asked him, what are we going to do? Right there that night, I put a call through to Peter Inlenwa and Mr. Sani. We quickly concocted the letter and also assembled all the necessary documents that needed to be assembled. Adegbite directed that secretariat should not close that evening until they get the mail from us. Upon receiving the mail, that letter was disseminated to all the NEC members because it was a Tuesday and there will be NEC meeting on Thursday. And on that Thursday, when the NEC converged, Eti-Osa branch was created on the February 29th, 2024. After the creation of the branch, the caretaker committee commenced their work. There was a little task ahead of them that was having issue. I referred them to Adegbite that called him. He will navigate you through the path, which he did. And I withdrew back to the background. And the chairman of the caretaker committee noticed that my form was missing among the contestants. He now called me that, Mr. Badino, I've not seen your form. I said, I'm not contesting. He said, how can you not contest? They told me that you are part of the people that make this branch come to existence. Why would you go to the background of things and you not want to take part in it? I said, I did that for posterity to judge me well. I am going to Canada in a couple of days, and I don't see how I can function effectively from there. He said, no, I saw what you did during the meeting where you assisted the branch to generate over ₦1 million when we were having problem with raising fund. That so people like you cannot just stay aloof the branch. You got to do something to be part of it. On the day the form will close, I purchased the form, I submitted it. On the day of the inauguration, which is July 15, 2024, I traveled out of Nigeria to Canada. And I was telling the chairman then, Mr. MMA Sani of blessed memory, that let me resign for somebody else to take charge. I don't see the possibility of me coming back to Nigeria in due time. I've indicated interest to write my law exams and be part of Federation of Law Society in Canada. Mr. Sani keeps telling me that even though you are there, members did not feel your absence. Continue to do what you are doing. I need you to be part of this. And I also crave that if I'm done, you will be the one to take over. I said, I'm not sure that I will be able to come back to Canada. A day to his death, there was an issue that happened between him and one branch chairman that I called the two of them independently to talk to them. I brokered peace, and I told the two of them that on Friday, I will create a tripartite meeting where we will resolve the issue and there will be no crisis, and that they should just let the sleeping dog lie. That was my last discussion with him on that Thursday. He now said, you see, this is why I said you cannot resign. We need you around. So please don't consider it at all. Because on that day, after our discussion, I still raised that issue. I want to drop the pen. He said, no, you can't. Stay back. Only from the social secretary of the branch to call me the next day that have you heard what happened? I said, what happened? He said the chairman died in a gas motor accident along Oworonshoki Bariga Expressway. When the incidents happened, I tried to coordinate from Canada. We attended the burial. We did everything we need to do. And I called the executive meeting there immediately and requested among them that they should look for a worthy successor that can take up the task and move on. But every one of them insisted that they need my leadership direction at that time. Like my friend rightly said, that my chairmanship is an accidented one. It is also a sacrificial one. Because, accidental one. I considered it more of a sacrifice to the branch for me to pack my bag and baggages January 13, 2025 and return back to Nigeria to come and give the MBA Eti-Osa the leadership that they have at the moment.
I believe we all understand something that is very constant from the story of all of them. And that is that leadership is not just thrown at you. It is actually a decision that is taken as a result of keen observation of your personality, of your traits, of your antecedents. When people see that you have the zeal to lead, you have the leadership skill, and you have the commitment to serve, naturally, they will give you the opportunity to serve. And that is what has happened to every one of these chairmen. Can you please give them another round of applause? And I want to appeal to you, and I hope you are not bored. We cannot be bored because this is a very, very interesting session. I'm going to ask all of them, and this time I'm going to time them, just 2 minutes, to tell us, having become chairman of your branch, what exactly are the innovations that you have brought to bear on your branch? What is that special thing that wasn't there that you introduced? Because you must be innovative as a leader. If you are not innovative, then you are not adding value to the crop of people you are leading. And I will start that conversation from my immediate left. The first female chair of Ikodu branch. Please tell us in 2 minutes, and I would like to also add this so that we don't waste too much time. While you are telling us the innovations that you have brought, are you able also to tell us what you intend to see in whoever is going to be your successor? Or no, you have a successor in place, but she's not yet the chair, and not been sworn in yet. What do you intend to see? Because you have brought in some things to bear. What are those things that you've brought into place, and what are those things that you would like to be sustained by your successor? Please make it.
Okay, thank you very much,
short.
sir. Okay, as a leader of my branch, I quickly realized that leadership is not just about occupying positions or presiding over meetings. It's the ability to carry people, their goals, their ambitions, their aspirations, while being able to balance whatever conflicts you encounter in the course of decision making, and also being able to focus on the goal, which is to be able to bring the branch to greater heights. So what we did in this administration was to try as much as possible to get everybody involved. You know, harness their ideas, their opinions, bring it together and make it work. So whatever it is we're putting out is not just a product of the executives, it's a product of virtually all the stakeholders within the branch, our elders and even the younger ones. So what we did in this administration is try to leverage technology, which would make things easier for us rather than just stick to manual ways of doing things. And coincidentally, I have in the house today somebody who funded one of those initiatives, Mr. Olusegun Fabumi, SAN. And we appreciate you for that. We worked on that. And so we got people to start doing things electronically. Although I find out, and I've always known this from being, since the time I was secretary, that people are very averse to change sometimes. So it takes time for people to want to leave the manual way of doing things to, you know, adopting new approaches. But we will get there and we will get better with it very soon. And you know, there's something that's also been a source of major concern to the branch. And it's majorly having a permanent space that we can call ours. And year in, year out, we will always try to, you know, do something in that regard. And I'm happy to say that we have made very good progress this time around. This will not be the first place I'll make an announcement, so I think I should, you know, wait. But I know that we've been able to do something substantial in that regard, which I hope that my successor will be able to, you know, carry on from there. Then in our area, we realized that this issue with, I've been timed, this issue with remuneration, touting, and things around, you know, our environment in Ikorodu is something that bothers us a lot. And so we have dedicated committees that work on these areas and these aspects. And we've been trying so much, but at some point it had to be slowed down because we wanted to work together as a group within Lagos State. And I'm very hopeful too that very soon we'll have something positive from that initiative. My boss will stop me now, but I still need to mention as well that we try as much as possible to, we do not, most of the time we pay attention more to our female colleagues, maybe because we have women forum and things like that. But on our own end, we also try to do something for the men, to make them interested, to make them fit, and know that we actually do value them. It's not just when we need the finances, because most of the funds come from them. Yeah, even at the branch level. So we created a fitness club for men. And of course, we also do have a tax club within MBA Ikorodu. Patron of the club is Professor Abiola Sani, Dean, Faculty of Law. And the initiative is just to help members navigate the waters of tax, especially as lawyers do not like to hear anything that has to do with calculation or having to give out their money for nothing. So we have created strategic partnerships with almost everyone in the society. I would like to stop here, but I know that there's one thing I need to mention. MBA Ikorodu is known for its human rights activities and also partnering with stakeholders in the society. There's so much I can say about that, especially with our anti-human trafficking initiative, but I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Please clap if you want to clap. Let's try as much as possible to stick to time. Oh, okay. So quickly, let's hear from our host chair. Without him speaking to us, I know a lot of us know the innovations. You can answer for him. But let's hear from the host's mouth. What are those innovations that you have brought to Eti-Osa branch?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Expecting from your successor?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll just like you rightly observed at the introduction stage, that my emergence is an accidental emergence. I came back to Nigeria to see a branch that needs some sense of direction. I haven't just lost the branch chairman. It was something traumatic that the branch is at the verge of collapsing. Quite a lot of people want to go back to their enclave, and I have to give them that assurance that we have come to stand. Prior to my emergence, most of our activities was localized around the Ajah area. And when I look at the gazette that created the Eti-Osa Judicial Division, upon which our branch resides, our tentacle starts from Ahmadu Bello Way in Victoria Island, cut across the Eco-Atlantic, and stretch all the way down to Ekpe. I noticed that we became apparently the most juicy and biggest branch, even accommodating our parent, the MBA Lagos. They are currently using our judicial division and branch as their office, which is law school, and even their proposed secretariat that is under construction, they will donate to us later because it's located in Lekki, which is within Eti-Osa Judicial Division. So it behoves on me that the first thing to do is to give the branch a befitting exposure to attract all the meaningful people around that corridor. And that was why I bring our first maiden law week all the way down to Naval Dockyard. While I was cutting this vision, the planning committee at that time looked at me with some level of disdain. They were looking at the possibility of having it done, carried out in some venue very close to us, around us there. But I was intentional and I insisted. And I want to believe that some people were looking at me then, like the Yoruba people would say, which they later came back after the event that they never knew it will come out this way. But we salute your courage, Mr. Chairman. So that is the first thing I did, that I gave the branch a befitting exposure. And also, we try as much as possible to attract bar leaders and meaningful resource persons to the branch. There was never a time we gathered for any function, both locally and internationally. We assemble faculties that are thought-provoking. Some of our keynote address or KSS session during our monthly meeting were being conducted by people from diaspora. We have up to about 5 sessions that we are still going to have with some of our, there are juries, there are benchers that are still going to talk to us in the course of our activities across some other enclaves. And also, we have this attitude of encouraging our member, like today, for them to be able to come, because you came and you were surprised that how did we do it. We actually shattered 2 coastal bus stations at the expense of the branch to convey them to this venue. That is part of the initiative that the executive put together to assist our member. And also, we try as much as possible to do more of, human rights, like Ikorodu people said. On Thursday, we are still going to Ikoyi Prison to have prison audits, and we use that initiative to identify those inmates that need some level of assistance that we can render for them on pro bono basis. And another initiative I brought to table is this session of the Attorney General that we have. Is the first in the history of the NBA that we assemble Attorney Generals of states to come and adumbrate on the justice system of their respective states. It is also novel. The Chairman Ikeja has observed that this is the first time you are bringing together leadership of the branches of NBA of a particular state to come and adumbrate on how leadership should be done in their respective branches.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I think it deserves another round of applause. And you will permit or excuse my a little bias for allowing to spend more than the 2 minutes. Others, please, just stick to the 2 minutes. What are those innovations that you brought to your branch, and what are the things you are expecting that your successor will sustain after you have left? Share Ikeja branch.
Thank you. Yes, beyond the our reputation as a branch that is a very vibrant one. We speak to government policies, defenders of the Constitution. As far as my ESCO is concerned, what do you say? Don't listen to him. You have to take that back. You have to take that back. Human rights, like everybody knows, we got that. Thank God the vice chair is here. National award for being the best human rights branch in Nigeria.
Please clap for Kenya.
But coming to talk about my own, what I brought, accountability. Now we have gone full online payments. All the payments into our account is online, so it's easy to harvest for accounting purposes. Then for the ESCO, to the 0 kobo, 1 kobo, all the invoices are, first you have to raise the invoice, and the invoice is posted on the ESCO platform. So all the members of the ESCO see what is going on before payments are made. So there's not 1 kobo that goes out of that, our account, that all the ESCO members are not privy to. Then as I'm sitting down here for the first time in this of my branch, I'm earning income. We have a pool of funds that we have invested that is generating passive income for the branch. This is the first time that is happening. Then we have also rejigged our insurance system. What we used to do before now was insurance, somebody, accident, I think it's 200 or 200, 500, and then death, 1 million. And we felt like, why should we be coming to the assistance of our members when they fall into calamity? Why don't we rejig that process so that we can assist members to set up their law firms? They can buy books so long as there's adequate collateral. So we now have a welfare fund that we have invested, and so we are able to assist our members when they are alive, not when they fall sick or when they die. That's happening for the first time. Then we have also set up a courier service so that we have a service, a courier service section where processes are served, letters are served, rather than going through the people in the court. The billings are not reliable, and it is picking up rapidly. The patronage, we are even thinking of expanding right now. Then for the first time, we have also set up a law center. This law center, we're talking about e-filing, where the future is headed for. And so in our branch, a bar center now, you have a law center, not only for e-filing, we also have spaces, workstations for our young members who don't have offices. So rather than applying your trade under the tree or somewhere, we now have a place where up to about 40, 50, I was talking to the secretary, who also happens to be the incoming chairman. So I know that these policies will be sustained. And we also have a studio where we produce all the skits and whatever they are putting out. We don't go to any studios. Right at the bar center, we have established a studio for that purpose. And most importantly, we set up a committee to protect our members in the course of carrying out their responsibilities. So we have had to intervene in so many cases when policemen harass our members in the course of carrying out their responsibilities. Unfortunately, we find out that sometimes it's also lawyers that initiate those petitions. And so the one that I'm handling right now, I happen to have posted it on the chairman's platform. A lawyer that is in court and has filed the process, the other lawyer went to Zone 2 to initiate the petition. And they had the audacity to ask a lawyer to produce the processes that he has filed in court. They mentioned the court, they mentioned the suit number, they mentioned people in the lawyer's office summoning them to come to Zone 2. And I wrote back, I said, we ain't going to come. And in fact, we want you to tell us the name of the lawyer that wrote the petition, provide his number, so that we can see whether we can recommend such a lawyer to our appropriate disciplinary committee. So the lawyers in the Ikeja now, to a reasonable extent, so long as in the course of your practice, you are facing any harassment, please, you call us, and we are there to...
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Pass the mic. Now let's hear from the Amazon of Lagos Bar.
Innovations. Well, Lagos branch has always been very forward, very upwardly mobile, if I'll put it that way. So I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. A lot has already been done. A lot of systems and structures have been established in my branch. But when I was running, I ran under the slogan of a bar without barriers. And that connotes inclusivity. Inclusivity in terms of age demographic at the bar, bringing our elders out more to participate more in the things that we do, a place for the intermediates, for the younger lawyers, and most of, in everything that we do, that inclusivity must be seen. And I'm happy that we've been able to pull out more of our elders to get more involved. And women as well. I'm the first female in Lagos, and that buttresses the fact that women require special mentoring, require special encouragement to put themselves out there. We went into a collaboration with Women in Business, Management and Public Service, WIMBIZ, to provide a Women in Law mentoring program, which is still ongoing. It's been running from March till July. Then we've gone into so many, still in the spirit of inclusivity, gone into so many collaborations with affiliate organizations, legal organizations, non-legal organizations, just to expose our members to different areas. We've collaborated with tech companies. Now, recently, we had a collaboration with a company who is going to provide us with mortgage services, so facilitate access to mortgage services. What does that mean? We all know that there are various mortgage services available for us, but the process of applying, filling, going through all of that, getting your equity, we went into collaboration with a company known as Penwell, and they are going to help us go through that mortgage process and also grant us access to be able to make up our equity contribution to be able to access mortgage facilities. Professional development for our members, still standing on the shoulders of giants, and so many other things. Lagos branch, otherwise, we are not as saluta as my friends in Ikeja, but under my administration, there's been a protest, and I don't remember when last there was a protest in MBA Lagos branch. So we have a stronger voice in terms of speaking on things of national issues. Lagos branch again, we are known for, how do they say? How do you guys say it? We are known for not liking to get our hands dirty or even speaking to topical issues. So we have a stronger voice on that. And our bar center, which our chair in Eti-Osa is trying to do land grabbing for. The bar center, we are getting there. So we've crossed all the hurdles, and we have a back-to-site date set, and we are optimistic that by the grace of God, at the end of this administration, it will be a reality. So many other things, but we are pressed for time, so we'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So let's hear from Ekwe.
Thank you, sir. When I got the mandate and I became the chairman, the first thing I did was to bring the bar, the gap between the bar in Ekpe and the bench very closer. In the days past, even to perfect bail, because of the division between the bar and the bench, it was very difficult. The magistrate would grant bail, but to perfect it, the conditions are always very unfriendly. But when I came in, we started organizing bar and bench forum. I met with all of them, and today, perfection of bail now has become as easy as possible. Number two challenge I met on ground was the problem between the bar and the sheriffs, particularly as regards service. What they charge, my people will say they are extorting them. These people will say because of transport, that is why they are charging. We were able to bring them together, and we have, though in quotes, a reasonable threshold of money that you can pay per distance. Number three, when I was the secretary, we acquired a landed property for our secretariat because where we are using just a small room. And it's so small, so tiny, so unuseful for us. Immediately I became the chairman. We started construction. Thank God our mother was equally in attendance. They attended the financial lane. But today as we speak, the building has gotten to roofing level during my administration. About 2 months after I got to power, we had about 2 lawyers within the vicinity died suddenly. They said related attack. I said, our law profession is stressful. we should look for a way to be unwinding. So I approach a client who make his house available for us. He has a very good swimming pool, a very long tennis court, and a very good football field that we now go there every week to relax and play soccer at all times. We equally created what we call a cooperative society because we discovered that bulk of our members are usually retirees, men who have spent their good days in Lagos branch, Ikeja branch, so they come here to relax. So rather than just relaxing, let us create a cooperative society for us where we save our money as our pension. Since we are not pensionable, we have that cooperative society up and running now. So that is another giant thing that we did. And as we speak now, election is in view now, and we are trying to ensure that we assemble a very good team who could take the mantle of leadership from us. Because the tenor that we inherited, that I inherited chairman from, they had a very good people, but they don't work as a team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think they all deserve another round of applause, please. Because of the press for time, I will not go to the next round of questions because if I have to do that, we may spend another 30 minutes. But what we're to talk about will have been what is it that we look forward to as the future of the bar in Lagos. More or less, we more or less, dovetailed into that in the course of intervention. But very importantly, it's going to be an ongoing conversation. In Lagos, what do we look forward to? What are the expectations of our members? And as leaders, what do we intend to do for the bar in Lagos? What should we do differently from what is being done outside Lagos State? The bar in Lagos should be innovative. The bar in Lagos should be quite exceptional. And we have as far as we are not bragging, as far as quality is concerned, we have it in abundance in Lagos. The quality of men and women in Lagos practicing as lawyers in Lagos is quite impressive. And I believe if we keep encouraging and pushing the right people to lead the bar in Lagos will get better. I'm happy that we have heard from the Shia Ikorodu, the Shia Eti-Osa, the Shia Ikeja, the Shia Lagos, and the Shia Ekpe, what they are doing and what they hope will be sustained by their successor. The Shia in Lagos is not yet living, so she's not looking for, she's not imagining it's also taking over from her this year, unlike others that are living this year. But certainly, a good leader is someone who prepares for his succession. If you have a good administration and you hand over, or you did not prepare for who you hand over to, and you hand over to someone who will destroy all you have done, then you have failed as a leader. So as a leader, you must, as you're working, and you can hear the testimony of the Share Lagos branch. Somebody saw in this lady is good. She should be able to lead this branch. And that's why today she's the chair of Lagos branch. So if the leader at that time hasn't seen in her, probably somebody else will have become chairman. So we must at all times be interested in who succeeds us as leaders. On that note, I will say our panelists have done justice to this session. And I thank the chairman of Eti-Osa branch who have brought all of us together, who have brought his colleagues to this panel, to this session, to talk about what they are doing in their respective branches and what they look forward to happening even after they have left as chairman, for this wonderful vision and, of course, a very well delivered, mission that he had. He has executed it. He has implemented it. I can only say, wish you well in your future endeavors. Maybe one day you also aspire to become whatever you want to become at the national. So just like my brother here, who served very well in Onitsha branch, and when he had the opportunity to also serve at the national, he did very well. I will not say more, but I know that when you have someone who is exceptional, you don't need people to tell you. When you hear them talk, you should be able to make decisions by yourself. And that's what I will say about Rapulu. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A resounding round of applause for this panel. Thank you so much for, maybe just sit down a little bit so that we can thank you. You guys have been very fantastic. Machia Eti-Osa, you've given visibility to this branch. Yeah, please sit down so that we can thank you for a wonderful session. You've given so much visibility to the branch, not just at the national level, but also internationally. I've been privileged to come for one of your meetings, and I saw the quality of the knowledge sharing session that was going on in the branch, and I was wowed. I said that on that day, that I was wowed, because it is something that should be emulated, and you've been very fantastic, and thank you for that gesture and the branch. The chairman of Ikeja branch, we thank you for also reminding us of how you've held and sustained the Aluta spirit that Ikeja is known for. You know, like I said, if you are the chairman of Ikeja, you can be very sure that if you do anyhow, you will see anyhow. Ikeja does not play at all. In fact, I think they came, one of the days I was in the Ikeja branch, they just came back from the AGC, and they had some buzzwords immediately of what happened at the AGC, and they said they would go and make a communique, they would do this one. I said, this is Ikeja branch. Thank you so much for sustaining that spirit, because that is what Ikeja branch is actually known for. Thank you for sustaining that spirit, and thank you for bringing accountability and the passive income for your members. And like I was telling somebody, it be like say I go port, enter Ikeja soon. Thank you so much. Mr. the Chair of Lagos branch, you know you're fantastic. Thank you so much for making Lagos to get their hands and not just to be there and doing only fine boy and all those kind of stuff. We tease Lagos branch daily for spending so much on parties and not having a bar center. But I remember several times when I visit your branch, you are dragging everybody that we must have a bar center. And it is very commendable for doing that. Thank you so much. Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, I would actually advise you, if you can bring up a suit immediately so that this issue be settled now. So that it's not when you finish building, somebody else will now say that they are omonile of the place. So please deal with that issue right now. Chairman of EPME, you've done very fantastic. Your welfare packages have been very fantastic. And so we thank you for all that you do for EPME. And we know that you would also, the next generation would also take it higher than you have. Chairman Ikorodu, you may not have reeled out your performances in Ikorodu, but we know what you've been doing in Ikorodu. You met a branch and you took it to the next level. And that's what leadership is all about. You don't pass through a system and leave that system the way it is. And I believe that in the few months or weeks that you have, and by the time you're handing over, they will look back and they will say that when she was there, she did so much and she lifted the branch from what it is. Please, another round of applause for this fantastic chairman of different branches. Very wonderful, been phenomenal. And my boy, I've not thanked you, but you know I thank you now. You know now. You are a fantastic man. You are somebody we all look up to. You did your bit, did very well when you were the General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. You've shown that leadership is not just about taking a title or a position. You've shown that when you are in a place, you change the narrative positively, and then you leave the scene and people will keep talking about you. You know we talk about you. Thank you so much for all that you've done for the MBA, and I thank every one of us. We'll be taking some photo sessions, and after that, we'll be calling for a vote of thanks, and so that we can disperse for today. I've been minded, and I said that they said I should tell you that it's food on the way out. So that when you're leaving, you'll be given your food package, so that you can maybe go to wherever your home and you enjoy a wonderful lunch, a wonderful Eti-Osa international lunch. Thank you so much. So can we just come down for the photographs?
Adegbite actually said that you are the best among them. I don't know. That was what he said to me.
Thank you so much.
Let's go. Let's go. And the Eti-Osa High School. Let's go. Let's go. Planning committee, John, planning committee members. Let's go. Planning committee.
Thank you so much. In the next couple of minutes, we'll be ending today's program.
Please, we have a bencher here in person of Mr. Adeshino Adegbite, and there are law students here that want to sign their bencher's form. Please help us. Yes, just how do we go about it? Where is the office? Ikeja. Okay, the GS Emeritus, the former General Secretary of the NBA National, has promised, courtesy the intervention of learned Sikh Olusegun Fabumi, that you should collate it together for a responsible member of your group, and they will take it to his office. He will sign for all of you, so that everyone. And what I'm going to do is this: it's only those among you that I found your name on the list of attendance that I will assemble and take to him to sign. We have another session tomorrow. If you want your form to be signed, come tomorrow. The DG Law School is coming tomorrow. Dr. Olugbemi Odushote will be here tomorrow for the session on teaching of law.
Thank you so much. I believe that we've really enjoyed ourselves today. A lot of people have benefited today. I know that the younger lawyers will be very happy to be in Eti-Osa Law Week today. And I want to say I will be calling on the alternate chairman of the Law Week Planning Committee to give a vote of thanks. But while he is coming up, I want to appreciate every one of us for making this event a wonderful one. Without you, this event will be a flop. Without you, this event will not go on well. So please, can you give yourselves a round of applause? We really appreciate you. Thank you for being here, and we hope to see you tomorrow too for some other explosive sessions. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. And when you go back home, please go back home safely. Remember, my name is Dr. Rapolo Ndoka. For obvious reasons, please remember the name. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much, distinguished chairman, honorable guests, learned colleagues. On behalf of the MBA Eti-Osa branch and the Law Week 2026 Planning Committee, I rise with profound gratitude and to our chairman and host, Mr. Olanrewaju Obadino Esquire. Thank you for your vision in bringing this conversation to life. It took us a gruesome 4 months, that's myself and the General Planning Committee, to bring this to life. We thank you. To Mr. Adeni Kodri of NBA Ikeja, thank you. Dr. Salio Jojimo of NBA Ekpe, Mrs. Uchenna Ugunedo Akimbadi of NBA Lagos, Mr. Anini, unfortunately he was not able to come, Mrs. Olaomi Adeola of NBA Korodu, Mr. Latif Rashidi of NBA Badagry. You each brought a distinct voice to the conversations today. We thank you very much. To our moderator, Mr. Adeshina Degbite, your handling of this panel session was extremely awesome. We thank you very much. Learned friends, today, we did not hear from our leaders. We heard from the bar itself. We leave inspired. Thank you, and God bless Nigerian Bar Association. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Don't worry. So please, as we are going down, we can take our food packs and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much.